Weekends are coming in. Sunshine moments ago. Now it's raining. We do still have some sun. We even have a rainbow. How about the colors? It's orange against red. The Orioles and the Nats on a very interesting Friday evening at Nationals Park. Bob Carpenter, FP Santangelo, Jim Hunter, Mike Flanagan along in a moment. Orioles took 2 out of 3. Kind of a crazy scenario that weekend in Baltimore, but this appears to be a brand new Nationals team than the one that played there.
Yeah, they won their last 6 games. They're playing outstanding. They've done it with offense. They've done it with defense all season long, and the pitching has been spectacular. 8 home runs in the Cardinals series. One of only 3 clubs in Major League Baseball to have 3 players with double-digit home runs. ESPY's got 12, Morse has 12, Nix has 10, and Worth has 10. The Yankees and the Diamondbacks, the other 2 teams. So it's been the slugging Nats. They're swinging the bats well.
Interesting thing, they won the first 3 games of the streak without slugging, and now they've done it for the last 3 games. Over in the American League East, everybody is looking up at the Red Sox, who've won 11 of their last 12. So, Jim and Mike, what's going on with the Orioles as they come into this weekend series?
Well, Bob, what it's all about is what will the starter do? The Orioles haven't gotten a win from a starter since last Friday night at home. Yesterday, Jeremy Guthrie pitched well in a no decision before leaving with an injury, but against this hot-hitting Nationals team, Zach Britton needs to be on his game.
He needs to be on the top of his game. He's coming off a win his last start out. He's given actually some extra rest between that last start and this start. He had gone 5 starts without a win, and they gave him that start against Oakland. He won that game. Got a little extra days, a few extra days rest. Only threw 79 pitches his last time out. Look for him to be strong and maybe a chance to be overpowering.
And it'll be interesting to see how he responds, because in this series there is no DH. He's got to take his turn at the plate.
Yeah, he's probably more excited about that than he is about going out to pitch. I know when they play the interleague play, the manager is holding his breath, and the pitchers certainly love it.
So the Orioles snapped their 4-game losing streak with a win yesterday in Toronto, trying to make it back-to-back wins against the hot-hitting Nationals. It's the Orioles and the Nats coming up. The Mid-Atlantic rivalry, round 2, here at Nats Park.
Rainbow, there's always hope. Obviously, we're delayed from first pitch, which was scheduled for 7:05 here at Nationals Park. So there will be baseball. Just going to have to work around the weather for a while. Big crowd gathering. Orioles are 31-35. The Nats are 33-36. And it'll be the Mid-Atlantic rivalry coming your way. ESPN News for now. When we're ready for baseball, we'll bring you right back to Nationals Park. Has cleared off nicely here at Nationals Park. An announcement made about 10 minutes ago that we're shooting for an 8 p.m. first pitch. The tarp just came off the infield a moment ago, so Jim Riggleman and his Nats eagerly awaiting a chance to win their 7th consecutive game. They've got to get the tarps off the bullpen mounds and then get the starters warmed up. We're hoping to join you just before 8 o'clock and hopefully first pitch from Marquee right about then. Brought to you by AT&T, the nation's fastest mobile broadband network, by BMW, the ultimate driving machine, and by Southwest Airlines. Find our fares online only at southwest.com. It's turned into a beautiful evening here in our nation's capital. It's going to be under 80 degrees as Jim Riggleman, Buck Showalter, and the Gary Darling-led umpiring crew shake hands at home plate to exchange the lineup cards and go over some ground rules here at Nationals Park, where the Nats are now 17-12 on the year. The O's are 11-17 on the road. 78 degrees, humidity down a bit. Visit Train.com for an independent train comfort specialist dealer near you. It's hard to stop a train. A few minutes ago, John Wall of the Washington Wizards, as we wondered whether a point guard can throw a baseball. He's a much better passer between the lines on the hard court, and Drew Storen made a great play. Stanford bails out Kentucky on that play.
That was a bounce pass. That was fine.
That was horrible. The Orioles are hitting .253, 8th in the American League on the Southwest.com starting lineup for Baltimore. They're 10th in the league in runs. They're 6th in home runs. In fact, each of these teams are 6th in home runs. And Nick Markakis has a 7-game hitting streak right now. He's 11 for his last 31. Wait till we tell you what his career numbers are against Jason Marquis. If you're a Nats fan, it's a little scary. So FP, Marquis goes out for his 14th start of the year. He should be strong, but can a sinker ball guy be too strong after a long layoff because of a suspension?
He could be. A couple extra days rest for Jason Marquis. Let's check out Jason Marquis' keys to the game tonight. In sink to swim, he's got to be down with his sinker. Last time out against San Diego, he had a very strong sinker, probably the best sinker he's had all season long. 6 strong innings, allowed 1 run on 3 hits, 3 walks, struck out 5. He had no hit stuff last time out. Winning formula, and that's 10-3 in his 13 starts, and home cooking 4-0 with a 1.86 ERA here at home. And the defense behind Jason Marquis tonight for the Nats. Jerry Hairston Jr. gets the nod in left field. Roger Bernardino in center. Jason Worth in right. Desmond and Zimmerman on the left side. Espinoza and Morse on the right side. And Wilson Ramos putting down the digits.
Nationals made their 34th error of the year last night, second only to the Phillies in the National League. 12-year veteran Bruce Dreckman has the plate. Rookie umpire Dave Rackley at first. Rob Drake, 4th year in the big leagues at second, and crew chief Gary Darling in his 25th year at third base tonight. Nats are 6th in the National League with a very good team ERA of 3.57. We have a house divided in our nation's capital tonight, and it's a great atmosphere. Maybe the biggest non-opening day crowd of the year, and here's J.J. Hardy to lead things off. He's on a 9-game hitting streak. Marquis around the plate. Should be some good matchups tonight. Hardy, Markakis, and Jones, the first 3 for the Orioles. And it's underway with a sinking fastball low in the zone.
And Hardy, J.J. Hardy may be the hottest Oriole hitter in the lineup. A recently moved to the leadoff spot has really paid off.
The other thing you kind of like about him is his on-base percentage. Bat goes flying, and Marquis, who's a very good athlete, fields his position well. No trouble with that one for the first out. By the way, the game underway at 8:01, and Nick Markakis will be next.
It's always nice to get some lumber when you're facing the first hitter of the ball game. Just a slider off the end of the bat. The best thing about that is it didn't hit Jason Marquis.
And it also tells you he has good late movement when you're breaking bats, not on the handle but on the end. Shows you what a good sinker Marquis possesses.
He had 10 ground ball outs in those 6 innings at San Diego a week ago tonight when he gave up 1 run on just 3 hits. But he wasn't facing Nick Markakis, who continues to hit the Nats well. He's now 18 for 36 career against Jason Marquis. Why would he throw him a strike the rest of the night?
To get the at-bat out of the way, so he throw it down the middle, sitting on the corner. This is what Nick has been doing, and when Nick is right, he's changed his hand position a little bit, and that's when Markakis is swinging the bat. It really doesn't matter. Hit that ball to left center field. It seems like right over the shortstop's head at will.
So his 8-game hitting streak now has him 12 for 32, and here's Adam Jones. He's hitting at .286. Desmond to his left, took a bad hop on him, and instead of a double play, the Orioles have first and second with 1 out. And if the official scorer got a good look at that one, you'd have to give the hitter a base hit. Really wicked hop. It came way up on him.
Yeah, Ian Desmond has been playing a flawless shortstop of late. Look at that last hop. Just a little topspin job right there. It comes up and bites him. You see that last hop? I wonder if that's a product of having the tarp on the field with the rain delay. A lot of times you put that tarp on there, the field dries out a little bit. And that's the kind of hop you get in a day game when the sun's been beaten down on the field all day long. We haven't seen that here in this ballpark all year.
I also always wonder, why is the bad hop always the last hop?
Yeah, if it's the second last hop, it's a nice big hop.
That's right.
Here's Matt Wieters. There's a runner in scoring position. And by the way, I want to amend something I said a moment ago. I had Nick Markakis' numbers against Marquis transposed with those of Derek Lee. So we'll see Lee later, who's been amazing against Marquis.
If I was Jason Markey, I certainly would know where Derek Lee is hitting in this lineup.
Absolutely.
With the great success he's had, I'm sure, all the time spent in the National League. Even though Derek Lee not hot at the moment, when you have those kind of numbers, you almost instantly come out of a slump.
Marquis, by the way, now has Markakis hitting 600 against him, 3 for 5. 2-0 pitch. Wieters in the air, right field. Jason Worth, it'll play for him in front of the track. And the Orioles are taking some good swings early. The runner stays at first, but Markakis over to third base on the second out.
Yeah, well documented. Matt Wieters' numbers with runners in scoring position, so that's a rare occurrence. He struck it well, but not good enough, or certainly not well placed.
Yeah, that 489 with runners in scoring position, #1 in all of baseball.
You know, Mike, it takes a little while to settle in as a starting pitcher, but I'm seeing a strong Jason Marquis right now. A couple balls up in the strike zone. That was a slider, maybe even a cutter up to Wieters. So the sinker's not sinking so far for Jason Marquis.
And you think he would run with it a little bit more after the the broken bat leading off the game. He would stick with that pitch, ride it.
It's up to Luke Scott now with 2 outs. He's building a hitting streak as well. 7 for his last 13 over 4 ball games.
Now, playing time has been more sporadic for Luke Scott. He's had his troubles against left-handed pitching, and he's had some shoulder problems, as it really has limited where he can play in the field. Something Buck Showalter was talking about with interleague play. He really doesn't have that many moves he can make, or one player move he can make.
And Scott out of play, left side.
And what he did so well, and part of that streak, is when teams played the extreme shift, which they will not obviously do in this case with first and third. He's been bunting.
And take what they give you. It's a good play with 2 outs and a runner on third. I think more hitters should do it. A lot of times you come up there, you can't do it with 2 strikes, obviously, but in a 1-1 count, you look where Ryan Zimmerman's playing at third base. It's a free RBI if you get it past the pitcher.
Scott has 6 career hits against Marquis, 2 of them home runs, and 10 RBIs. He laces this one, and there's a big hop for Danny Espinosa. The Orioles hit Marquis hard, but he does not give up a run, and Jason Worth leads off in a moment. Nationals coming up, bottom of the first inning, hitting .235, second lowest in the National League, but that team batting average has gone up about a half dozen points over the last week. Starting lineup packaged by the UPS store. We love logistics. Danny Espinosa, a monster series against those other birds from St. Louis. 8 hits, drove in 6, and scored 4 runs. First time Zach Britton sees the Nats and vice versa.
Yeah, Zach Britton, this will be his 14th start, 6-4 on the year, 3.18 ERA. Again, had a drought of about 5 starts where he didn't get a win. 82 innings of work on the season. It's the AFCIA tonight's visit AFCIA.org, the Association for IT Pros, and it's the Jason Dixon line. No, not the Mason Dixon line. Zach Britton, 5th rookie in American League history to win 4 games by the end of April. The other, Jason Dixon. Double up among the league leaders in inducing the ground ball double play and run support. He has scored 5 or more runs in just 2 of the last 18 games.
Jason Worth hitting .240. He's a leadoff man these days with an on-base percentage of .340. And in the series against St. Louis, he had 4 hits, 2 homers, 3 RBIs, and walked a couple of times. So he's been doing his job as far as getting on base. 1 ball, 1 strike. Out of play, right side. Orioles pitching staff, 4.21 ERA, 11th out of 14 teams in the American League, but they have another pitcher now with a chance for his 7th win of the year, and it took Jeremy Guthrie last year until August 13th to become the first Oriole pitcher to reach 7 Ws. So they've got some things going on with their pitching staff. Not a bad 1-2 pitch, didn't miss by much, counts even.
That's the thing. One of the adjustments Zach Britton has made of late is moving over on the rubber toward the extreme first base side.
Worth up the middle beyond the pitcher, but Andino is there for the first out.
Take a look at the Oriole defense this evening. Luke Scott will be out in left field. Adam Jones in center. Nick Markakis will man right field. Reynolds and Hardy on the left side. Andino and Derek Lee on the right. Matt Wieters would be behind the plate, catching the offings of Zach Britton. It's been kind of a shuffle at second base with Andino, with Brian Roberts being out for such an extended period of time. So Buck Showalter has shuffled a few players through that position.
And Nats found that out with Ryan Zimmerman at third. Mike, it doesn't affect just one player. It affects the whole team and 2 or 3 guys who have to man one position, it seems.
No, absolutely. And then we've had, J.J. Hardy be out for an extended period of time. So there's been different double play combinations in and out for most of the season.
All right, that's the O's defense, and here's Ian Desmond working to a count of 2-0. He's on a 10-game hitting streak. Desmond hit 9th behind the pitcher last night, was on base a couple of times. 13 hits over those 10 games, and that's outside.
And Mike, you were talking before the game about Britton's 2-seam fastball. Is that what I'm seeing right now? 94, 95 on a 2-seam fastball?
Well, that's exactly right. He's right over the top, or high 3/4, and somehow he doesn't get that lateral sink a lot of left-handers will get. It is that straight down sink right on top.
3-1 to Desmond, hitting in front of Ryan Zimmerman.
And he'll get sink. That ball right there was up, thigh high, a little higher, and still were able to get sink. And something he's gone more and more to, and you see that with young pitchers. Zach, great success going through the minor leagues with a 4-seamer, 2-seamer type pitcher. And as you see in the major league level, it's hard to hit ground ball home runs. So I think the thought process is use that sinker.
We've heard of right-handers throwing a sinker that hard, but for a lefty, it seems very rare.
True, and he's a power left-hander. He's not your, certainly standard left-handed pitcher. Nice smooth delivery, leg lift. See the separation, and a nice straight line, clean line to the plate. That's one thing he's done, is moved over to that first base side.
Ian Desmond fights one off. By the way, the Exmo brought to you by Ram Trucks, designed, tested, and proven to be the best trucks Dodge has ever built. Ram. One thing the Nationals hitters have done during this sudden hot streak of theirs is foul pitches off.
Yeah, check out where he goes with his hand right here, right behind his hat. A little deception right there, a little short arm stroke getting on the hitter.
Absolutely. He hides the ball well. It gets on him.
Good take by Desmond. He's a hard guy to walk. That's only the 14th walk Desmond's drawn this year in 247 at-bats. And he's aboard for, well, the newest guy in the lineup, Ryan Zimmerman, back now for his 4th ball game. No coincidence. The Nats bats have come alive since he showed up from his rehab on Tuesday.
You just look at the difference in the lineup alone. Ryan Zimmerman hasn't been locked in yet. It's going to take a minute. He had some quality at-bats along the way, but all of a sudden it gives this lineup a little depth, and everybody's in a familiar position, knowing their roles.
Scored the winning run last night on the Danny Espinosa home run. He went 3 for 15 in that series against St. Louis, but he made his hits count. First 2 drove in runs, and the 3rd one got him on base to start a walk-off rally. So Ryan checks in 11 games with 13 hits, batting .302. He laces that one to center, and it's grabbed by Adam Jones. And Desmond will be at first. 2 outs for one of the suddenly dangerous hitters in all of baseball, Michael Morse.
This lineup looked plenty dangerous to the Orioles when you came into Camden Yards, and that was without Zimmerman being in it. Really does have a different look that night. You know, Jason Worth was hitting 3rd. Now you have him leading off.
FP, here's an interesting number. Michael Morse is 1/100th of a point, actually 1,000th of a point, from being in the top 10 in the National League in batting average right now.
Well, yeah, you look at the numbers on him. Just the last 37 games since May 1st. 45 for 122. 11 doubles, 11 homers.
First pitch swinging. Mark Reynolds cuts it off. And the 1-out walk does not hurt Zach Britton. Kind of a long first inning for both pitchers. No score. Beautiful night here at the ballpark in our nation's capital. No score. Top of the 2nd, the Maryland Lottery's double play contestant tonight, Evelyn Gould from District Heights. For every double play, the Orioles turn. Evelyn wins $1,000 from the Maryland Lottery. Turn double plays into cash. Enter to win a chance at Orioles prizes. MDLottery.com/double play. Lee, Reynolds, and Dino, 6, 7, 8 for the O's against Jason Marquis. I'll tell you, some things happened in that first inning. 10 pitches, 7 strikes, and he faced 5 batters. Orioles were on the attack early in the counts, and that's a breaking ball to Lee. And now Derek Lee is the guy who really has owned Marquis over the years. 17 hits, 5 homers, 11 RBIs, and 35 at-bats. Scary good numbers.
That'd be interesting to see how Marquis pitches him with this great track record of Derek Lee against him. Sometimes you just start thinking, well, the odds are in my favor.
I'm due to get him out.
Too.
Well, I guarantee you both of these guys know it. They might not know the exact numbers, But Derek Lee knows that he rakes Jason Marquis, and Jason Marquis knows Derek Lee rakes him.
Yeah, neither one probably wants to look at the numbers.
Especially
for
Marquis.
opposite reasons.
There's another one. Derek Lee, as taught by Bill Robinson down in Miami, the late outstanding hitting coach Bill Robinson, really learned as a Marlin how to go to the opposite field in that big ballpark. Papa John's on the pitch track.
Yeah, fastball up middle of the plate, 2-1 count. So just by the location of the pitch, really having nothing to do with the great track record. He got a good pitch to hit, and he handled it.
Hey, it's early in the game. Order online at papajohns.com. Better ingredients, better pizza. Papa John's. 3 hits for the Orioles already. Here's Reynolds hitting .206. But Marks hit 12 home runs. He did his share of damage against the Nationals as an Arizona Diamondback.
A good sinker right there from Jason Marquis.
Yeah, and Reynolds has been hot. He's been hitting the multiple run homer. He's still striking out his share. It seems like if you, what they would call a grooved swing. If you get it in that groove, where that bat is tracking.
You hit his barrel, it's going to go far.
That's right.
He will swing and miss on occasion. By the way, in case everybody forgot, the first weekend of Interleague Baseball that ended Sunday, May 22nd. American League 21, National League 21. And for the NL, that's a victory of sorts after the often dominance of the American League over the years. 0-2 pitch now. Goes with a breaking ball, and Reynolds puts it into left field. And FP made the point earlier. Jason Marquis having a real hard time keeping the ball down. That's an 0-2 breaking ball that he should be burying, right?
Yeah, he probably want to bounce that pitch to set something else up. So, I mean, so far for Jason Marquis, he's been up in the zone. We talked about the couple extra days of rest. And, Mike, you know, as a former pitcher, what do you do in these situations? You feel a little bit strong and the ball's up in the strike zone?
Well, you want to really, you change your eye levels. What you want to do is, instead of looking at the catcher's glove and seeing the whole glove, what you do is try to hone in on the heel of the glove, or the lowest part. Try to drive that pitch down. Try to make an adjustment. This reminds me a little bit of his Marquis start in that 17-5 game, where he really never got into a groove.
Yeah, and Jim Riggleman said, had he known the Nationals were going to score 6 runs in the top of the 5th inning to take command of that game, he would have left Marquis in. It was 6-5 Nationals after 4 when he took Marquis out. Jason was very upset about it, and Washington went on to win that game 17-5.
Yeah, did add a crystal ball and know they were going to score 6 more runs, but that was a 6-5 game at the time, and Marquis was struggling.
Yes, he was.
He gave up 2 hits in the first. There was 2 more runners in the second, and really dodged a couple of major jams.
He had given up 8 hits and walked 3 batters in those first 4 innings. He's hot now, and he'll have to take that 125 by opponents with runners in scoring position and go with that right now. 2 on, nobody out, although the pitcher is on deck. And he'll get a double play ball. Espinosa to Desmond, 4-6-3, as the Nationals' young up-the-middle defense turns number 61 on the year.
Yeah, all of a sudden he makes a good pitch. If you remember last time out, you guys are talking about the Baltimore outing when he was running on fumes. He was running on fumes in San Diego. 5 strong innings, had no-hit stuff, and then all of a sudden in the 6th inning, he hit the wall. But, you know, this is typical Jason Marquis right here. He made some man pitches to Anthony Rizzo, had the bases loaded against the Padres, threw a 3-2 changeup to get out of a jam. So, you know, even when Jason Marquis doesn't have his best stuff, he's such a competitor. He finds a way to make a big pitch in a big situation.
That's the thing. You're always one good sinker away. You could throw 4 or 5 poor ones in a row and then come back and throw one that really clicks.
First at-bat career for the rookie Zach Britton. Did not, of course, appear at the major league level last year. First series between these 2 ball clubs. He was not pitching. That was in Baltimore with the DH. And a 1-ball count from Marquis that swung on and missed.
And this is where I go radio show mode, and I think that interleague play is silly because there's about 35,000 fans here that didn't get to see Vladimir Guerrero play tonight. And the Nationals have a tremendous advantage. Jason Marquis, a good hitting pitcher. Zach Britton, you know, hasn't had any at-bats this year, a couple at that. I mean,
And we are losing our cleanup hitter.
Yeah.
Our everyday cleanup hitter.
There's a lot of people here that would probably like to see Vladimir Guerrero play, is my point.
And I would counter that by saying there's about 25,000 National League fans in the ballpark who are tired of the American League beating their brains out over the years. And I'm one of them, and I'm happy about it.
Well, come on. I mean, that's one of the premier players in baseball, a Hall of Famer, and you pay good money to come watch the best players play. I mean, just make the DH all the way around in interleague play, and then you get to see all the good hitters. Regardless of the outcome or how many hits Vladimir Guerrero has, I think it's silly that he's sitting on the bench tonight.
Well, if I'm a Nats fan, I paid to see my team win. Anything that'll help them do that. And it's a great debate. It really is. And we'll see how it goes as the years go by. But I have a feeling that there are team presidents in the National League who are not about to allow DHs in their ballparks.
Well, it'll be an interesting debate. Interleague itself has the novelty worn off.
Right. And the attendance would say no. 2 balls, 2 strikes, and a bouncing ball for Danny Espinosa. So right now, some fans are upset and some are happy. That's the 3rd out. We're going to the bottom of the 2nd. Danny leads off, scoreless. Lots of base hits. Nobody's been able to score yet. Nationals have 1 walk, and that's been it. Call Luna for up to 70% off all flooring. Shop smart. Shop Luna at 877-241-LUNA. And the Nats made some franchise history last night. First time the first and last batters hit a home run. Worth led off the bottom of the 1st with a homer. Roger Bernardina then hit one as well. And then exactly 3 hours later, Danny Espinosa hit a 3-run shot to put the proceedings to an end.
Yeah, the first rookie to hit a walk-off home run this year right there, Danny Espinosa. A 3-run tater that sent this crowd into a frenzy and set the Nats home happy.
7-4 win in 10. By the way, Washington now 7-4 in extra inning games this year. So here's Danny. We've had a couple of extra inning games in this Battle of the Beltways. And by the way, the Orioles, of course, won 2 of 3 at Camden Yards. The all-time Baltimore-Washington ledger going back to 06. Orioles 18, Nationals 15. So here's Espinosa, who's hitting .318 right-handed. Seems like whenever he gets a hit from the left side, it's a home run. But he's hitting 117 points higher from this side of the plate.
Yeah, but that left-handed average is heading north in a hurry. He's made some adjustments on the other side of the plate, locked it in that way. And this is the fun side for Espinosa. This is where you go up there and you don't have to really think. You're a natural right-handed hitter, get the big leg kick going, get a good pitch out over the plate and wail.
21 hits, 11 of them from extra bases from this side of the plate. So he's 21 for 66. Batting right-handed. He's got a hitter's count building here with Ramos and Hairston, right-handers on deck.
I remember his at bat back at Camden Yards, again going back to that 17-5 game, that great, I think 10 or 11 pitch at bat, and then hits a 3-run homer.
High chopper to short, coming to get it on that first hop. Well played by J.J. Hardy. Expect flexibility here at Nationals Park this year. We have a new midseason flex plan. Pick 3 games, get a 4th one free. You also get a nice looking red Nationals New Era cap with it. Go to nationals.com/flex for all the details as we get into the midseason part of 11. The Nationals are playing their 70th game of the year tonight. Orioles, their 67th. There's Wilson Ramos hitting .248. Britton, by the way, has 3 ground ball outs now. 1 really well hit ball against him. The line out by Zimmerman out to Adam Jones.
And that's the way he works. 21 pitches total. And this is maybe the one thing you could sort of pick his game apart is his strike percentage is not really high. He runs a lot of deeper counts. Right now it's 10 balls and 12 strikes. That was his strength last time out after going 5 starts without a win. Got that strike percentage back where it should be through 50 strikes out of 79 pitches.
Ramos inside out swing. That ball down the line. Markakis is there. And he grabs it cruising toward the corner. 2 outs. That'll bring in former Oriole Jerry Hairston Jr. Now here's where the Nationals have the pitcher on deck. And tonight it's a superior hitting pitcher in Jason Marquis. But hey, you can't argue. Washington is 6-0 with the pitcher batting 8th. Started in San Diego last Saturday.
Yeah,
actually Friday night.
Excuse me, Bob. Jason Marquis got a feature a little left on left tonight. 94 mile an hour with fastball with a little hair on it.
Actually, Marquis did bat 9th last Friday night, so the experiment started on Saturday and has yielded very good results. Hairston down the line. It is hooking. It short hops the 336 mark and a 2-out double. Washington's first base hit.
A good short swing by Jerry Hairston Jr. right here. Check out the pitch location. Fastball in. Just dropping his hands on it. Nice short compact swing. It looked like it might have had the distance early and dropped it short hop the fence. Now Jason Marquis can help himself out. Runner on second. 2 outs. Go get him.
Hitters will tell you, and so will pitchers, that this is a fair ballpark. There's no 310 down the line anywhere or no 350 or 340 in a gap. You got to hit the ball good even if you pull it to get it out here.
Yeah, 7 home runs last night. I don't think they would have thought it was a fair ballpark. When it's warm, the ball carries here, but you're right. I mean, fair most nights.
And the only one that was down the line was the one Matt Holliday hit almost to the top of the seats down the left field corner way. Here's Marquis with 8 hits and 3 RBIs this year. He's a .203 career batter with 53 driven in. Five home runs to go with those numbers.
It'd be interesting to see too a pitcher that pitches almost exclusively in the American League. This is his first interleague start. Handles pitching to a pitcher. Sometimes I think you have to do something different. Maybe I should just throw it down the middle because he is a pitcher.
You know, watching National League games every night, Mike, there's certain pitchers throughout the league. They get in their own head when they face the opposing pitcher. You know, they'll walk him on 4 pitches. You see him cruising along.
That's the fear. The fear is that, well, if I walk him, what happens to the inning? Go ball 1, you think the bat's over.
1 ball and 2 strikes to Marquis. And he was very late for that one. Looked like he was trying to slap that ball to the left side. Double by Hairston. He's stranded. No score into the 3rd. Weekend at Nationals Park, we feature an exciting line of 2011 Dodge and Jeep vehicles. Tonight, the exciting new Dodge Charger. The iconic four-door fastback coupe design, efficient power, technology, execution. The all-new 2011 Charger, built with a young at heart and passionate performance driver in mind. Visit your local Dodge dealer and learn more. Schedule a test drive. You will be glad you did. That is a beauty. Weather approaching from the west as we go to the top of the third here. Hardy, Markakis, and Jones starting to sprinkle here at the ballpark again. AT&T trivia fact number one. First rookie this season to hit a walk-off homer was Danny Espinosa last night. It took until the 16th of June for that to happen. Happened 5 times last year. Top of the third, Jason Marquis, 25 pitches, 17 strikes. So he's been a strike thrower, but the Orioles have been aggressive in the zone, and they have 4 base hits already. The double play ball sure helped him out last inning. Here's Hardy, who busted his bat in half and bounced back to Marquis first time up.
That's one of the adjustments that J.J. Hardy has made, coming over working with Jim Presley, the new Oriole hitting coach, where he was more of an opposite field hitter. He said try to inside out everything. And Jim Presley said go ahead and let it fly. He's been turning on a lot more pitches, and the power numbers have really responded.
Down to third, Ryan Zimmerman, couple of crow hops, and a bad throw corralled by Michael Morris. Ryan still favoring that right side where he had the torn muscle when he throws the baseball.
Yeah, he's been working on his mechanics, trying to get the ball right up to his chest. You see him get it right to there. A power T formation, what he's trying to get to in good power position. Watch where he brings the ball up, gets in a good throwing position. But
is that the way he's been throwing, though?
They're working with him right now to get around the injury. I mean, he's perfectly healthy, but the last thing that kind of hurts him a little bit, where he's a little bit weak, is when he throws the baseball. So they've been working on him to get in that position. I'm
just not used to that. I'm used to seeing him get that sort of long extension.
Yeah,
and
throws.
He's been coming out early every single day, 2:30, 3 o'clock, taking a bunch of ground balls, working on his mechanics, to compensate for what he's went through. I mean, that was a big procedure. Anytime you go in and work on your abs, it's a big deal. So working on his mechanics at third and doing the best he can to get the ball over to first base.
And throws were the only thing that kept him from winning his second Gold Glove last year. Markakis, who's now 3 for 5 career against Jason Marquis, serving 1 foul, and the count's 1-2. Jason Marquis, by the way, that was already his 6th ground ball out. So both guys keeping the ball down pretty well here. You can see the raindrops with Adam Jones in the on-deck circle. 1 out, top of the third. Tough baseball weather, tough golf weather here in town. With the Battle of the Beltways and the U.S. Open here, within miles of each other.
And those guys take advantage of a little bit of rain and some soft greens today, or what?
Yeah, we'll see some fly balls check up nicely later. 2-2 pitch. Up the middle, well hit. Desmond to his left. Turns and fires. And that's the kind of infield defense the Nationals have been getting lately from Ian Desmond and Danny Espinosa. Mike, don't know if you know this. Last night in the 9th inning, an error. The first one in 131 innings by the Nats defense.
Yeah, they've been rock solid. The Orioles of late have been a little bit more porous, but that's about as nice a play as you can make the accurate throw. Again, Markakis always hustles down the line.
Yeah, and I don't care who you are or how long you've been playing. That first ground ball comes up and bites you. Does a nice job. Ian Desmond sticking his nose in there. You get a tough hop. A lot of times you get gun shy. He went right after that ball. Nice play.
And Jim Riggleman said today maybe Desmond was too aggressive last year. This year he's learned how to vary that approach. Doing a good job. Only 8 errors on the year, and 7 of those were in the first 5 weeks of the season. Lightning in the near distance out beyond center field. And here's Adam Jones, who hit that ball that took the wicked hop on Desmond.
I just am sort of following through on that thought. I can remember when a young Cal Ripken was moved to shortstop, and that was really the word that went from Weaver to Ripken. He goes, I don't want you making half a great play. go over there, make the play. If it's in the hole, stand up, make an accurate throw. And if he's out, he's out. And if he's safe, he's safe.
Well, safe will be Jones. He's 2 for 2 right down the line. Matt Wieters will get another chance with a runner in scoring position. Marquis fails to get a 1-2-3 inning again. And first base will be open. This will be an interesting matchup. Commuter Connections. With the Nationals' upcoming schedule, we'll get you home guaranteed. Battle of the Beltways continues. 1 o'clock game tomorrow, 1:30 Sunday. Our friends from DC 50 will join us. Another off day Monday, and then the Seattle Mariners will be here for the first time Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. Nationals swept a series in Seattle 3 years ago, so the M's owe the Nats something, but it's been a while since we've seen those guys.
Big rivalry.
Seattle, Washington.
There you go.
Well, that's where they're located, in Washington. Here's Wieters. Little chopper right side. Michael Morse will do it himself, and Marquis out of another inning. Jim Hunter on the way. 8 ground ball outs by the Washington starter.
Opening game in this weekend series, the Mid-Atlantic Rivalry Round 2, and scoreless going to the bottom of the third. And hi, everybody, and thanks for spending part of your Friday with us. Jim Hunter, FP Santangelo, Mike Flanagan, and with two pitchers who know what they're doing out there, not too terribly surprising, no runs yet.
Not really surprised. When they have the sinkers going, and it's always, you're one good pitch away from getting a double play or getting the ball, on the ground is probably a huge asset.
Yeah, and Jason Marquis came up with a chance to give himself the lead, and Britton got a big out. The one time maybe that number 8 spot for the pitcher came back to hurt the Nats.
Yeah, Jason Marquis can swing the bat, but that left-on-left matchup, Britton's got a good fastball going tonight. Might have been a little too much for him, but with Jason Marquis, maybe I'm a little bit spoiled right now, but he's a guy that pounds the bottom of the strike zone. Last time out against San Diego, very efficient with pounding the bottom of the strike zone. So far tonight, a little bit strong. He's still throwing strikes, but he's in the top half of the strike zone, so we'll see if he's going to be able to make the adjustment.
So the Nats coming up in the third in this scoreless game, and Britton going to work on Bernardina, who fouls it off. Bernardina, Worth, and Desmond against Zach Britton, who has faced 8 batters over the first 2 innings. And Bernardina, the bunt attempt, fouls it off. And he is quickly behind 0-2. 1 strikeout for Britton so far. And he's been able to get 3 ground ball outs. He came into this game tonight having thrown 113 ground outs to just 50 flyouts. And he is living up to his reputation.
Well, I would say that's a good habit to get into. Again, we talk about it's awfully hard to hit ground ball home runs, and also you give your defense a chance to work, and also will make up for walks when you can get the double play.
And he gets Bernardina, breaking ball down and away. Back-to-back strikeouts. There's number 2 for Zach Britton.
Again, more extended rest for Britton. 0-2, and it's showing up in his breaking ball. It's a little sharper. His fastball has been 94, 95, right on top. And also, going back, we talked about his angle on the mound. He has moved over to the first base side, and that'll get him a clean line to what is the inside corner to a left-handed hitter, and really keeps everything on the plate.
And here's Jason Worth, and he takes a strike.
Let's take a look at his last pitch again. Wrist comes out, arm cocked, right at shoulder level, and a nice follow through and pronation over the top.
Worth to center field. He got a lot of it. Jones on the run, back near the warning track. On the warning track, he'll make the catch. Well, Adam Jones had it all the way. You kind of get to know his rhythm as he goes back on balls, and he had that I'm going to catch this one in sight. Oh, look, even blowing a bubble.
Well, to me, it looked like he really didn't see it off the bat that well. Middle of the plate. I think Jason Worth thought it was pretty well struck, but did his hard running early, picks it up, and the casual catch.
And there's a certain time of night as an outfielder before the lights take hold that you're just praying the ball's not hit to you. It gets up there in the twilight, you lose it for a second, so nice job of staying with that baseball.
Ian Desmond fouls it off. He walked his first at bat.
I was going to say, to some players, they pray for that in broad daylight.
I mean, there's about a 10-minute window every night. I think we talked about this the last time we did the broadcast, where you're just praying that the ball is hit on the ground if you're an outfielder. It gets up there, you have no idea where the ball is. And it always happens with runners on.
Yeah, it's always one of the disadvantages of having a large crowd. Usually that area behind home plate would be a lot of white shirts.
There's a pop foul down the right side. That'll be backing the crowd out of play. And what a nice crowd tonight for the opener of this series.
Great crowd. I mean, there's been a buzz all night long, you guys. And, you know, there was a fantastic crowd here on Tuesday night. Almost willed the Nationals to a victory coming off a big, long West Coast swing, 6-5 road trip, maybe a little jet lag, and all of a sudden a big comeback win against a good team in the St. Louis Cardinals. So it's been electric here the whole homestand.
And a 1-2 pitch inside as Desmond has to get out of the way. Desmond working on a 10-game hitting streak. The Nats have been hot. They've won 6 in a row and 7 of 10. And they're back within 3 of 500. And he got him. Swings through it. So Zach Britton has 2 Ks in the inning, 3 for the night. At his first 3-up, 3-down inning. We'll head to the 4th. No score. Your local Lowe's to cast your MLB All-Star ballot and enter to win a trip to the All-Star game. Compliments of Scott. We have no score as we head to the 4th. Orioles have out-hit the Nats 5-1. The lone Nationals base hit, a 2-out double by Jerry Hairston in the 2nd inning. Time for another look at our AT&T trivia fact. Danny Espinosa, the first rookie this season to hit a walk-off home run. He did that in the game last night. Fact number 2 from AT&T, there were only 5 rookie walk-off home runs all of last season.
So 4 to go.
Well, he is a good-looking young player. And a switch hitter on top of it.
Yeah, we've seen enough of him. He had a great series up in Baltimore. I have to appreciate the way he plays.
Luke Scott will lead it off. Derek Lee and Mark Reynolds will follow. Marquis deals, and there's a strike, 0-1. Luke bounced out to end the first inning as the Orioles, as of late, continue having difficulties hitting with runners in scoring position. They came into the game tonight in the last 5 games just 5 for 40 with runners in scoring position. It's a 125 clip, and they have gotten 1 and 4 in those 5 games. So far tonight, they are 0 for 5 with runners in scoring position.
Yeah, this happened uncharacteristically twice to Matt Wieters,
who leads the world in batting in those situations. 1-1 to Luke Scott. Fouled it straight down at the plate. Looked like a changeup.
Yeah, 82 miles an hour, trying to stay away. And that really has been the book. We've seen most of the year with Luke Scott. It's fastball counts. You're going to see anything but straight changeups. They'll double and triple up. After that last year, where he hit a lot of home runs, from 27 home runs, and a lot of fastballs to hit. Not the case this year. I also see no shift employed.
And he got him. Came back with the same pitch, it looked like, and Luke Scott out in front. And there's the first strikeout for Marquis, 1 away in the 4th.
And kinetic on the pitch track. Check out the changeup from Jason Marquis. When he's going good, that's where it ends up. It has split action, and the bottom drops out of it. And Mike, as a command control guy, as a touch field guy, you're working on a couple extra days rest. You're a little bit strong. Is there a point in the game when all of a sudden you start to feel back to normal and you get a feel for it? Is it just one of those things where you have to fight through the whole start?
Well, Derek Lee to the gap. Hairston trying to cut it off, won't be able to. And Derek Lee heads to second base. Bernardina gets there first. He'll play it back in. So Derek Lee is 2 for 2. And he's in scoring position with 1 down in the 4th inning.
Yeah, and really getting back to your point about the Jason Marquis. Usually it's about the 3rd or 4th inning that edge starts coming off and your secondary pitches get better. But so the ownership by Derek Lee. What's he now, 20 for 19?
Ownage is ownage. When you own somebody, you know it, he knows it, everybody knows it. It just gives you extra confidence. And like you said, Mike, it doesn't matter how you're swinging coming into that game. You know that he knows, and it gives you confidence.
Yeah, it's like you know that he knows that you know, and that's what's really bad. But he had, like you said, he'd been 0 for 12 coming in, and now he's 2 for 2.
Here's Mark Reynolds with a chance to get the Orioles on top. There's a pop foul down the first base side. Michael Morse en route, but he can't get there. Nice effort, but it just eluded his stretch. So a good hustle by the Nats first baseman.
Yeah, very athletic over there. He's impressed everybody with his ability to play first base and fill in for the injured Adam LaRoche, who had successful surgery yesterday on the torn labrum, so we wish him nothing but the best. But Michael Morse done a great job at first base. Very surprising how athletic he is over there. Former shortstop in the Mariners organization. Look at that frame. Shortstop.
Wow. He's out of the Cal Ripken mold, this 6'4", 230-pound shortstop.
And Cal Ripken beast mode.
Good eye by Mark Reynolds. He takes low, 1-1 the count. Reynolds is starting to come around at the plate average-wise. He singled his first at bat, so Reynolds is now 11 for his last 34, better than 300 average. He's also drawn walks in 4 straight games, so he's seen the ball really well at the plate. Lee at second, 1 down in the scoreless game. And a good cut, but he fouled it off. Jason Marquis, 32 years old, out of Staten Island. But as far as Oriole fans are concerned, he is only the 2nd most famous baseball player in the ballpark tonight from Staten Island, because Terry Crowley, now the Orioles bullpen coach, interim bullpen coach, also hails from Staten Island, where he was a legend as a high school hitter.
They might be the only 2 non-Italians from Staten Island, too.
The ball and 2 strikes on Reynolds. And he takes what looked like an off-speed pitch inside, 2-2.
Yeah, really. You see the look on Marquis' face. He really paralyzed him with the straight changeup. He even took more velocity. This one's about 80 miles an hour. And by taking that speed up, you turn it over. Should have choked the speed off of it.
Nationals pitch pack brought to you by Kinetic North America, providing world-class technology to our national and homeland security customers. And Reynolds goes down on strikes. A huge out for Marquis and 2 away.
And I think that's the pitch he was trying to throw him the first time up with 2 strikes. Had him 2 strikes, left a slider out over the plate. He singled the left. And this is the pitch he wanted the first time. And he just buried that down and away. Good execution on a 2-strike slider from Jason Marquis.
So Marquis gets 2 Ks in the inning, his first 2 of the game, and now it's up to Robert Andino batting with 2 outs and Lee at second base. And a swing and a miss.
And that's his best 2-seamer of the night, and that's the one we saw last start against the Padres. I mean, that thing was running all over the place, Mike.
Yeah, I was going to say his stuff this inning is much better. Changeup is better, and the movement is there on all of his pitches.
Andino bounced into a double play his first at bat, and he looks it over low. Andino 0 for 8 on the trip, and he's just 3 for his last 21. He did not start yesterday in the finale in Toronto. Did come on and play defense in the 9th inning. Derek Lee at second with 2 down in the scoreless game. Game started just under an hour late because of a weather system that went through D.C. Towards the hole, and a base hit into left field. Lee is being sent. Hairston up with it. Here's the throw towards the plate. It's off the glove of Ramos, and the run will score. A good throw gets him. The ball bounced, and Ramos couldn't glove it. Orioles get a break and the lead.
And Mike, you were talking about Andino with runners in scoring position, a guy that struggled all season long. All of a sudden he comes up with a big hit.
Yeah, he has. He gets his sinker up. We talked about, again, Marquis stuff being good. He leaves this one up, and it looks like he's going to be out at the plate easily. A little bit of a short hop. Derek Lee will go back and touch Hairston. Pretty accurate throw. Almost looked like Ramos took his eyes off of it.
And the dirt tonight, for whatever reason, has been playing very live. You saw the bad hop to Ian Desmond early in the baseball game. That ball kind of shot on Wilson Ramos, and his defense, a short hop and a very large human being coming at you hard.
No error has been charged, so Andino goes to second on the throw to the plate. And on the RBI single by Robert, his 5th ribby of the year, and here's Zach Britton. Line drive and a base hit to left field for Britton. And it gets past Hairston. Andino will score. Zach Britton trying to get to second base, and he does. How about that? The first major league hit for Zach Britton. It comes with 2 down, and he drives in a run. 2-0 O's.
Well, the Oriole pitchers have been hitting for a couple of weeks to prepare for the interleague play. Let's take a look at Zach Britton's first major league hit. Looks like he knows what he's doing. Goes with that sinker away and splits the Nationals defense. Hairston can't cut it off. Playing very shallow to try to take away the single, but well struck.
And back to the top of the lineup for Hardy. So the Orioles were 0 for their first 6 with runners in scoring position. Now they have back-to-back hits and his first career hit and RBI.
And we'll also have everybody on that top step of the dugout, I am sure.
Yeah, and so much for my rant about advantage to the Nationals tonight. That the Orioles pitchers haven't hit, and Vladimir Guerrero's out of the lineup. Forget all that stuff I said.
I take it all back.
I take it all back. That was a good swing from an athlete. Wow.
What's interesting about Zach Britton getting that base hit, when he was in the cage before batting practice, really what they were working on 70 to 80% of the time was bunts. They just assumed if he ever came up in a... Yeah. And Hardy takes strike 3 on the inner part of the plate. Bruce Truckman rings him up. So Marquis strikes out the side, but the Orioles score twice on 3 hits mid-4th in D.C., and the Orioles have a 2-0 lead. president's race with a guest, the Oriole bird, Teddy Roosevelt, trying to win for the first time ever. They're coming down the stretch. He was in the lead, and then what? The bird decided, I'm going to get into it with Teddy, and he tried to distract him, and he did. He distracted him. Teddy went for the bait, and George Washington pulls out the win in the Geico president's race. It would be really cool, the Mid-Atlantic rivalry this weekend, if they let Teddy win a race so we can actually say we saw it.
Not going to happen.
Not going to happen.
We thought it was going to happen on Memorial Day against the Phillies. Jason Worth made a comment in the paper about why doesn't Teddy ever win. So we figured Phillies, Memorial Day, big crowd here, Jason Worth. Didn't happen then. It ain't happening for a long time.
Zach Britton went back to the dugout for a drink of water, so we'll see how he responds now after running the bases. Action-packed table games and red-hot slots await at Hollywood Casino at Charlestown Races. One of the interleague comparison, Bob Carpenter was talking about this. Dead even 21-21. American League with more home runs. The pitcher's batting averages, well, FP, there's your statistical analysis, 0.93 to 0.91.
Well, that just went up from 0.93.
It jumped right up, way up there.
That's at least 0.95 right now.
And I'm stunned at how low the National League DH average is when they play in American League ballparks. Here's Ryan Zimmerman, and he takes low.
Well, there's an art to DHing, too. Many consider pinch hitting 4 times, and some have a hard time with it. Others adjust easily to the DH.
And it's tough to get in the flow of the game. I mean, unless you do it for a living, that's your job. I mean, guys like Big Papi and Vladimir Guerrero, they know what they're doing. But you talk to guys that do it for the first time, exactly what you said. You go hit in the cage, and you don't feel like you're a part of the game, and all of a sudden you're in front of the bright lights, you're in front of the crowd.
And your bats mean more now that that's just the only thing that you can do. You can't go out and help the club with your glove.
Zimmerman swinging on 2-0 center field and deep. Jones gets back to it, and he has it for the out. So one away here in the 4th inning. Well, when the Orioles return home to Camden Yards next Friday, don't miss the season's first fireworks night. You can gather up your family and friends and celebrate this Birdland summer tradition as you enjoy a beautiful fireworks display after the Orioles take on the Cincinnati Reds at 7:05 in Interleague Baseball. So get your tickets in advance and save 888-848-BIRD or get online at Orioles.com. Buck Showalter and the Birds go to Pittsburgh from here. So 6 straight games with National League rules, 6 straight games without the DH. Michael Morse takes a strike. Andy McPhail, who is here in D.C. with the team tonight, was saying before the game that the schedule makers, just to make it a bit more fair for American League teams, should try to avoid back-to-back series on the road for American League teams, so they don't have to put themselves in a position of possibly losing a Vladimir Guerrero for 6 straight games.
Yeah, I'm not sure what you're able to do about it, really. I mean, that's part of the thing. When you know your DH is probably not going to get to play much.
There's a bouncer towards short. Hardy, sure-handed as always, gets it across, and 2 men down. There's the American League rosters. Just about all 14 of them have some player like Vladimir. The Red Sox with David Ortiz, Travis Hafner with the Indians, guys that get in there simply to hit.
Yeah, it's a big part of your offense, and when you sign a player, you'd like to sign them up for 162 games instead of, let's say, 140, 145, 150 games.
But what's wrong with just having a DH period in interleague play, no matter where the ball game is played?
Espinosa swings through it. Well, I'm sure that would work for American League teams. No doubt about it.
Well, I mean, minus the Zach Britton hit just a minute ago, if you add another hitter for the National League team, that's good for them, right?
Absolutely.
And then the American League team is used to doing what they do.
I think it would make it better, but I don't think it would be perfect.
And I'm anti-DH. I mean, I like the National League. I like the strategy of the pitcher hitting, but when you talk about losing one of your best hitters, is that fair to, the equality of the schedule as a whole?
Bouncer foul off the bat of Espinosa, who grounded out his first at-bat.
It's always been a long time debate, I guess, especially between the leagues. One league with a DH, one without. The interleague play, is it somewhat fair at all, the way it even changes the schedule of the season so much? I know there's a lot of American League managers that really dread going into interleague play. For
fly ball to right, Markakis is there. And Espinosa is retired. Back-to-back 3-up, 3-down innings as Zach Britton is retired 7 in a row. Nothing Orioles lead on 8 base hits. Derek Lee's had a good night. Adam Jones has had a good night. And Zach Britton, Mike, has joined in the fun as the Orioles got 2 in the 4th.
Well, that he has big 4th inning. Derek Lee, who's had great numbers against Jason Marquis, keeps it going. And Dino, who's had his trouble with men in scoring position, comes through with a run-scoring base hit. Play mishandled the play. Then Zach Britton contributing to the cause, his own cause, with double splitting the outfield, splitting Hairston in left field. And give them the 2 runs that they have on the board.
Markakis will lead off in the 5th. Jones and Wieters to follow. And Nick looks over ball 1. Nick is 1 out of 2. He singled his first at bat, so he's now working on a hitting streak that has reached 8 consecutive games.
Yeah, real interesting inning for Marquis. The last inning gave up 3 base hits and struck out 3. So when that ball was sinking, strikeouts, and when they put it in play, it was a base hit.
Ball and a strike on Markakis. And he looks it over low, ball 2. The Orioles are now 7-6 in the month of June off their win yesterday. They got that win in the finale to not only snap their 4-game losing streak, but the 16-game losing streak at Rogers Center.
A 16-game losing streak in Canada with the exchange rate. That's only about 8.
Yeah, with the modern exchange rate.
Yeah. Bouncer towards the hole. Espinosa, nice play, gets it to Marquis, not in time. Looked like the throw may have pulled his foot off the bag, and Markakis always hustles. There's a base hit to lead off the 5th.
Markakis gets down extremely well. Diving play by Espinosa. Look at a little bit of a high throw. Marquis goes up, and Markakis' foot beats him to the bag.
All right, great range by Espinosa. Look how far he goes for that ball. A lot of times as an infielder, when you spin that fast, it's hard to pick up your target. It's all you see is blur. And his defense right there. The guy's made a lot of good plays all season long, but you turn your head real quick, you try to find the first baseman, you see a couple guys, you see some traffic over there. It's a tough play.
Yeah, you're kind of throwing for an area more so than for a specific player.
Adam Jones now. Orioles have 9 hits. The Nationals just 1. Ground ball towards the hole. Desmond knocks it down, but he won't have a play. So Adam Jones has another base hit. 2 infield hits to begin the 5th, and the Orioles have something going here.
Yeah, they have 10 hits already here in 4+ innings.
Time for our Pep Boys game flow. Tires, parts, and full service. Pep Boys does everything for less. Right now, buy 3, get the 4th tire free. Call 1-800-PEP-BOYS today. Well, the game flow has been the Orioles hitting against Jason Marquis. Up until last inning, he was able to minimize the damage. And here are the Orioles again for a 5th consecutive inning. They've had a runner in scoring position.
Yeah, 8 singles and 2 doubles so far.
Wieters takes ball 1. Matt got in the game yesterday to pinch hit. Craig Tatum caught the day game after the night game. And it's a strike on the inside corner.
The third straight plate appearance. Matt Wieters will hit with a runner in scoring position, and Ryan Matthews will be up in the bullpen. And the game is just 2-0, but being out hit 10-1.
One and one on Wieters. And that's over, but low, ball 2.
And Wieters with great numbers with runners in scoring position. You guys have been talking about it. Why has he been so good? I mean, very patient up there. Has he been aggressive, expanding his strike zone? What kind of at-bats does he have, generally speaking, with runners in scoring position?
Well, I think you and I talked about it. Is, you know, when the pressure, he hits like the pressure is on the pitcher. There's many hitters that hit in this situation. They feel like the pressure is on them to deliver.
And he takes it low, ball 3. So there's a patient approach.
Yeah, if you're really an aggressive hitter, that 2-1 sinker, I'm sure that looked like a nice low strike. Bottom falls out of it. He even gets ahead a little bit further in the count.
Yeah, you can't be afraid to hit with 2 strikes with runners in scoring position.
Now, he's hit with 63 men in scoring position and driven in 27 of them. Just about half.
2 good base runners on base for the Birds. And a big advantage to Wieters at 3-1. And he fouls it off the other way, and the count runs full. Jason Marquis has not lost a game yet here in his home ballpark. He was 4-0 coming in with a very impressive ERA, 1.86 at Nats Park. So far, he has allowed 2 runs on 10 hits through 4 innings, plus 2 batters.
Yeah, about his next 10 pitches will probably determine his fate on this evening.
Let's see if Buck Showalter sends the runners 3-2 with none down. The Orioles have not been doing a lot of running.
It's a lot like that 17-5 game when Marquis struggled through the innings, even though it was a close game. Still a close game here.
Runners do not go, and Wieters bounces it foul right to Wayne Kirby, who will give that souvenir to a fan.
Yeah, 3-2 breaking ball from Marquis. I'm sure Wieters happy to have fouled it off. Pretty tough pitch.
Yeah, Marquis will go to the 3-2 changeup a lot. He got out of a big situation his last start. Bases loaded, 2 outs to Anthony Rizzo, the young hitter from the Padres. We talked about it earlier. He likes to change up a lot, 3-2 to lefties.
Taking his time. And the 3-2 is bounced towards second base. Espinosa waits on it to second one. Desmond back to first. There's a double play. That's how you minimize the damage. He got the double play after the first 2 reached in the second. And he gets the double play here in the 5th.
And it was a 3-2 changeup. 80 miles an hour down in the zone. Good feed by Espinosa. Good job by Ian Desmond getting out of the way. Nick Markakis doing a nice job of going in hard. That's how you play the game.
So the second double play turn. The Orioles have already left 5 on, and now they have Markakis at third with 2 down for Luke Scott.
That was Adam Jones, excuse me. I mean, that's the way you break up a double play, going hard like that. I love that.
Luke Scott 0 for 2 on the night. Ground ball towards first, fielded there by Morse. He'll go to the bag unassisted, and Marquis does it again. 2 hits to begin the inning. He gets out of it. Mid-5th, 2-0 O's. by your local Ford dealers. By Sonic, America's drive-in. It's new, it's better, it's the new Sonic Good. And by Southwest Airlines. Find our fares online only at southwest.com. Lincoln Memorial on this Friday night. Always a lot of fun to come to our nation's capital. 2-0 Orioles as we go to the bottom of the fifth. And all Orioles full and partial season plan holders are reminded that their exclusive State of the Orioles event is set for next Saturday at Camden Yards. All plan holders can enjoy a private Q&A with Andy McPhail and Buck Showalter at 4:30 prior to the game against Cincinnati. Plus, full season and 29-game plan holders recently received passes to an exclusive autograph session with the team that begins at 3:45. So plan holders with questions, contact your personal account representative by calling 888-848-BIRD or just get online at Orioles.com/OCP. Zach Britton with the lead as he goes to the fifth. He's retired the last 7.
Yeah, 4 innings of work, just a 1-base hit. Outstanding sinker, living up to his billing and pitching extremely well here in the park he's never pitched in before.
And Jason Marquis doing a tremendous job of getting out of jams. The Orioles on 10 hits have been able to score just 2 runs. Six men left on base, and the Orioles 2 for 11 now with runners in scoring position. Ramos leads it off, then Hairston and Marquis are due. There's a line drive, there's a base hit to center field. So Ramos gets on, and just like that, the Nats can bring the tying run to the plate. Let's get a look at our league leaders, brought to you by Lexus of Towson, Baltimore's #1 Lexus dealer, who invites you to come and see why they're #1. Earned run average among rookies in the American League, Zach Britton at 3.18. He is third behind Pineda of Seattle and Hellickson of Tampa Bay.
Well, that number on the decline with going on 5 shutout innings. Among the leaders for rookies in just about every category.
Jerry Hairston doubled his first at bat. He takes high 1-0.
You guys are talking a lot about Zach Britton's sinker, but to me, what I'm seeing tonight, he's got good enough stuff to make mistakes in the strike zone.
He's throwing less changeups tonight and more sliders than we've seen him throw. Usually it's fastball, changeup, and his sliders his third best pitch, but tonight he's running with that slider. I haven't seen too many changeups at all.
1-0 is low, 2-0.
I mean, usually with the sinker ball guys, ground ball pitchers, they have to have their ultimate command to be successful. I mean, this is a power arm from a lefty, 94, 95 miles an hour. He can afford to make a few mistakes here and there and get away with them.
Yeah, he can make mistakes in the zone, and that's what he is learning. I think to shoot for more of the plate. Again, the one criticism has probably been pitch counts tend to be on the high side.
Runner at first, 2-0 on Hairston. And it's bounced foul. He hasn't pitched in a game since June the 8th. They gave him a few extra days instead of pitching in Toronto. He's opening this series. And you wonder, with a sinker ball pitcher, maybe he's a little too strong.
Well, I think they are very conscious of the number of innings pitched. I know Buck Showalter is with some of the young starters, and one of them is Zach Britton. And what it means is that they're going to try to, at times, maybe skip a start, pick a spot where they can give him a few extra days rest. And what he wants them to go through is September.
There's a line to the center field. That's in for a base hit. Adam Jones over to cut it off. Ramos will go to third, and Adam plays it back to second base. So here come the Nats. It is first and third, and nobody down.
And a couple of good at-bats from Jerry Hairston Jr. tonight. A double his first time up. You see the location of that pitch. Nice job of getting on top of a high fastball. So all of a sudden the Nats are in business. First and third, nobody out, and a good hitting pitcher up.
Pitch Track brought to you by SAIC. SAIC is holding a career event on June 28th for cleared IT and software professionals. Visit SAIC.com/baseball to learn more. So Marquis being able to get out of a jam in the top half of this inning. Now his team has a chance here in the bottom.
I know he's a good hitting pitcher. Maybe this is his situation, but I would expect the bunt.
A little tougher left on left to get that bunt down.
He bunts it to third. It's a good one. Reynolds looks the runner back, throws to first, and throws it beyond. Robert Andino down the line. A run is in, and the other runners move up. Mark Reynolds took all kinds of time, looked up, saw Marquis hustling down the line, and then he had to rush the throw, and he throws it away.
Yeah, good point, Jim. I mean, Mark Reynolds looked over his shoulder. Nice job of covering third by Zach Britton. You got to get over there. The runner can just follow the third baseman down. He sprints over to the bag. He covers the bag, and look at Reynolds. Looks back here, takes his time, and Jason Marquis can fly. Had to rush the throw.
Yeah, that's the mistake he makes, is to look back. He couldn't tell if the runner at third was running with him. Almost like a safety squeeze, trying to get the throw to first base and then just track the third baseman along with that play, and that look back cost him.
And that was a great shot. If that throw was nowhere near. That was about a 5, 6, 7 feet up the line.
I'm sure when he turned around and picked up Derek Lee in sort of the panic mode to get rid of it.
The official scorer has now put an error up on the board. So that'll be a sacrifice for Marquis and an E5. And there's a strike taken by Bernardino. Watching that replay, looked like he was about to beat it out for a base hit.
Yeah, it might have been safe either way.
But that's been part of the problem, is they've given up a very large number of unearned runs over the last couple of weeks.
That is the 15th error by Reynolds, and Bernardino swings through it, and he's down, no balls and 2 strikes.
And you would think that's a National League guy right there that would know that Jason Marquis is an above-average runner. And anytime Jim Riggleman needs a pinch runner in extra innings, he always goes to Jason Marquis, a good athlete and an above-average runner.
So now Britton trying to minimize the damage. Still nobody out, and runners at second and third.
This is where you go for the strikeout.
And a little bit low.
See, Britton you want to go just really to the black or a ball. You're going to try to paint that outside corner. 0-2 pitch. See a long look by everybody involved. The home plate umpire, Matt Wieters, and so Buck Showalter staring on.
1-2 is in the dirt, blocked nicely by Wieters. So from 0-2 to an even count.
Well, the only 2 left-handed hitters in the lineup are the starting pitcher, Marquis, and Bernardino. A lot of clubs are taking most of their left-handers, if they can do it, out of the lineup against Zach Britton.
Two balls, 2 strikes on Bernardino. And a bouncer towards second. A run will score, and Dino gets to first. There's an out, but it's an RBI ground out. And by pulling the ball, it allowed Marquis to get to third. So a real good at-bat there by Bernardino after falling behind 0-2.
You guys, early in the season, we saw a lot of strikeouts from the Nationals hitters. Lately, they've been sticking their nose in there battling, and that is a fantastic at-bat by Roger Bernardino. He's facing a tough lefty with good stuff. And you're trying to hit the ball to second base right there. What does that do? It gets both jobs done. You get the runner over from second base to third with 1 out. You get yourself an RBI. I mean, it's even more tough with 2 strikes. So great job of sticking your nose in there battling and getting both jobs done.
Jason Worth in the leadoff spot has a chance to give his team the lead. The Orioles will play the infield up tight. Not all the way in with the big strong Worth up there, and he takes low. Marquis at third. Reaching on the throwing error by Reynolds. He represents the go-ahead run. And striking the outside corner off speed pitch. Buck Showalter was asked before the game about Jim Riggleman's somewhat unconventional lineup, having a power hitting threat like Jason Worth lead off and the pitcher batting 8th, and he said, well, in baseball lore, if you will, and that one's way inside, the computer analysis will say, well, who's your best hitter? And if he's your best hitter, bat him leadoff so he has the chance to get more at-bats. And it makes a lot of sense.
That's exactly what Jason Worth said when you talked to him about leading off. He said, I get another time up, and usually it's the 8th or 9th inning. It's a big situation. So he is absolutely digging leading off and the opportunity to have more plate appearances.
Britton's behind him, 2-1. Oh, good pitch there. He fooled him. 2-2. There's the hitter's ego. 2-1 count. Looking for a fastball. Didn't get it.
Looking for a run, pitch he can knock this run in and maybe leave, and just a little straight changeup on the outside part, just fading away.
Great call there by Matt Wieters. So 2-2 with one down. And he got him. Another changeup. He came back with the same pitch, and Worth swung through it both times. Huge out for Britton, 2 away.
Again, going for the strikeout, runner on third base, less than 2 outs. And much like his fastball, the bottom falls out of it. You could actually see that downward trajectory.
And that pitch right there is made by a 95-mile-an-hour fastball. As a hitter right there, you have to be thinking about that. Even though he just caught you out front with a changeup before that, you still have to respect the fastball with 2 strikes.
Ian Desmond now will bat with Marquis at third and 2 men down, as Britton tries to get out of this and keep this game tied. Desmond has walked and struck out. And he takes low, 2-0.
And maybe not in a 2-0 count, but guys, I used to think about things like this. If a third baseman just made an error and I'm up there and I see him back, I'm going to put some pressure on him. Think about a base hit bunt right here. A lot of times as a defender, you make an error, your head is spinning. The game starts moving real fast, and a lot of times you see guys go right back after him.
Britton falls behind, 3-0. I love that play. We see Adam Jones do that from time to time, where out of the blue, he'll just catch the guy back, boom, lay down a bunt, and he's on.
A lot of times third basemen forget about it. You got a bunter, a good runner up there with 2 outs, a runner on third base. I always used to peek out of the corner of my eye, and I would get really excited if I saw him playing where Mark Reynolds is right now. Obviously, you don't do it in a 3-0 count. You worked hard to get to this count you're probably taking right here, but if it's there, take it. And Ian Desmond is a good bunter, but he's also been swinging the bat really well of late.
Yeah, it really just seems to me that most bunters make up their mind before they get to the box. They don't really work their way through in the bat and say, after the 1-1 count, I'm going to lay a bunt down.
It's all predicated on where the third baseman is playing.
3-1 is hit towards the hole, and a base hit into left field. The Nationals get the lead. A big 2-out hit by Desmond, and is that error costly?
We've been seeing a lot of that lately. 2-out RBIs. They are like gold, and good teams pick each other up. Jason Worth unable to get the job done. What does Ian Desmond do? He picks up his teammate. And that's how it's been going for the Nationals the last week or so. And won 6 games in a row. You fail to get the runner in with less than 2. If somebody picks you up, that's what good teams do.
Rick Adair, the Oriole pitching coach, out for a chat.
Just trying to take the pressure off. Britton's been working very hard to really end this inning. Trying to pick up a teammate after the error. And just about got out of it.
So not only do the Nats take advantage of getting the extra out in the inning, the runner who reached on the error has scored the go-ahead run.
Yeah, now you're back to the middle of the order. Again, they've made Zach Britton extremely hard this inning.
Well, Zimmerman, who just came off the disabled list on Tuesday now, has a chance. He is 0 for 2 on the night. And a throw to first will chase Desmond back. Desmond has 18 stolen bases on the year.
This is when we got the momentum in the inning. Obviously, you want to give Ryan Zimmerman a chance to drive the ball. He's absolutely roasted 2 balls to center field so far tonight. But you got the momentum right now. Use it. Full court press. Steal second base. Go first move. Keep the momentum on your side.
There have been 6 attempts against Britton, which seems to me to be quite high for a lefty. 3 have made it. The Orioles have caught the other 3.
Yeah, a lot of clubs will run for the fear of the threat of the double play, to stay out of the double play, so you're more apt to run against a left-hander with a good sinker.
0-1 on Zimmerman. And inside, good job there with the altering the cadence. Not only did Desmond not get a good read. He was going back to the base.
He had a great break for first base.
Yes.
And that's when you know you have. And frankly, a lot of times that's when you want to throw a strike, when that runner is going back to first.
He's running. Pitch taken inside. Wieters throw to second. Not nearly in time. There's a stolen base.
Yeah, he didn't steal that base on Matt Wieters. He stole it off of Zach Britton.
That was the old-fashioned first move, guess and go. You're just banking on it. He doesn't throw over. See him go first move right there?
Yeah, no look back at the plate. He doesn't know if the ball is going to the plate or to first base.
A good point by you, Mike. He set a trap on the pitch before. He went back, showed him, oh, I don't have your move. I don't know what you're doing. And that's setting a trap, and you just go the next pitch. You're telling him, I don't have any idea about your move by going back.
That's right.
Little decoy. The next pitch you go. Nice job.
19 out of 22 for Desmond on the steals. 2-1 to Zimmerman. There's a base hit to center field. Jones up throwing. Desmond coming to the plate. Here's the throw. He is safe at the plate. And Zimmerman gets to second base. A 4-run inning for the Nats.
Well, the aggressive play of the Nationals here really coming into this. The stolen base gets into scoring position. And Zimmerman, who's hit the ball back up the middle 3 times, finally comes through with the base hit.
You know, it's like a run in the NBA. You got the momentum on your side. Take advantage of it. Ian Desmond with a nice job of getting on base. He steals second, setting the stage for Ryan Zimmerman. How about that swing? He squared up 3 baseballs right up the middle tonight. He lined out twice to center field. That one a little bit lower. Nice throw from Jones, just not in time. Good slide right there by Ian Desmond. Just gets in there.
Yeah, the bounce took that throw to the first base side. The other way, they may have gotten him. And here's Michael Morris, who is the 8th batter to come up in this inning.
Yeah, Britton had only faced 14 hitters through 4. 2 over the minimum. It's been a real tough inning.
So the inning should be over. There's some Birkin now getting loose. First bullpen action of the night, and now down in the count 2-0. They're going to put Morse on and go after Espinosa. This will be the second walk, first intentional, and that error is really hurting Zach Britton because he's about to face a 4th extra batter. Time for our Bosch game flow. There's a smarter way to heat and cool your home. Visit BoschClimate.us to learn more. Well, the flow of this game is Jason Marquis able to pitch himself out of jams 5 different times on the night. Even the inning in which the Orioles scored 2, they left a man on. And a big error made this inning by Mark Reynolds, and the Nats have taken advantage of it. They've scored 4 times to get the lead. Danny Espinosa, the 9th batter to come up here in the 5th.
Really, it's kind of funny how things work. We talk about Zach Britton getting his first major league RBI and double, filling in a couple of columns, and goes out right the next half inning and has trouble. Sometimes running the bases, something they're not used to doing in the American League.
Ground ball sharply at the short, may have hit the runner. Hardy fields it anyway and goes to second for the force. But a huge inning for the Nats as they bat around. Ian Desmond coming in, terrific slide to get around Wieters. Nats have the lead.
Coors Light freeze can. Let's go back to the third inning. Ian Desmond had a tough chance his first time in the first inning. Ball came up and bit him. You see right there the extension sticking his nose in there on the Nick Markakis ground ball. Spin around, find your target. And then he got a little bit of time because the ball was hit hard. And that's your Coors Light freeze can, brought to you by Frost Brewed Coors Light.
3 unearned runs in that 4-run fifth inning. And the Nats now have a 2-run lead. Derek Lee, Mark Reynolds, Robert Andino against Marquee. And Lee takes ball 1. Lee has doubled and scored. He has singled. His first 2 hits on the trip. It was 0 for 12 in Toronto. Here's the Orioles in-game box score. Markakis a multi-hit game. Jones is 3 for 3. Derek Lee a multi-hit game. Reynolds, Andino, and Britton all have hits at the bottom of the lineup. Britton an RBI double. Good take there by Derek Lee, 2-1. Jeremy Accardo now getting loose. The pitcher spot is due 4th in this inning. Now back 2-2.
Sure. Marquee going. I'm not sure what I'm going to throw him this time. Buck Showalter doing the National League scoreboard math. You're right. When's that pitcher coming around? I'm down a couple of runs. All the things you have to compute as a National League style manager.
And Lee has worked the count fully. You kind of expected that there had to be a rally coming, and Reynolds with the throwing error opened the door for the Nats, but Jason Marquee gets the best run support of any pitcher in the National League. 6.33 coming in tonight, so you expected eventually they were going to do something. 3-2 is pulled down the line. That is a foul ball. And that ball was raked.
He's on everything he throws. Mike, if you had a guy that owned you, do you ever just say, I'm just going to throw it down the middle, close my eyes, and hope I get lucky?
Yeah, I shake 5 times and then tell him what's coming and then throw it down the middle.
Here it is with your glove.
That's
Give him
right.
the fastball
Let
sign.
him know. The winter ball routine. Hanging slider right in the middle of the plate. And he really is lucky he didn't get this one. We'll have fans have a souvenir.
And there's a base hit to center field, so Derek Lee is 3 for 3. And the Orioles get the leadoff man on and get the tying run to the plate.
You can see the look on Marquee's face. What do I do? Just can't get him out.
He said, I looked at the scouting report before the game, and I swore I saw 214 by his name.
Yeah. That is his 20th hit against Marquee in 38 at-bats.
And Todd Coffey now getting loose in the Nats bullpen, one of the 7 relievers on Jim Riggleman's staff. Steve McCaddy, the pitching coach, is going to come out and have a chat. This will give Coffey a little more time to get ready.
Yeah, doesn't want things to happen too quickly.
Well, this day of baseball history brought to you by Verizon Fios. Switch to Fios, a network ahead. To learn more, visit Verizon.com/getFios. June 17th, 2009, Ivan Rodriguez set the Major League record most games caught, 2,227, as he passed by Hall of Famer Carlton Fisk. Pudge set the record against his former team, the Texas Rangers.
And Pudge caught Pudge.
Yeah, the other Pudge was about 6'4", 230.
There is a future Hall of Famer looking on from the bench. Mark Reynolds singled in the second and then struck out in the fourth. And he looks it over low, 1-0. One thing Reynolds has been doing, as Mike mentioned earlier, he's beginning to get his share of long balls. In the last 11 games, he's hit 5 home runs. He has 12 on the year to lead the club. And you know he'd love to do that right here to try to make up for that error. Ball 2. 3 strikeouts, 11 groundouts, just 1 fly ball out. That was Wieters in the first inning when he flied out to right.
And he hasn't had his A stuff tonight. We've seen Jason Marquis with the sinker down in the strike zone, so he's really fought it and battled his way through this ballgame.
Reynolds weakly hits it to second base. Espinosa to second one, back to first, not in time. He just did get down the line. So by hitting it slowly as he did, he was able to beat the relay throw. But again, another ground ball thrown by Marquis, 1 down.
Even though he's getting up 11 base hits, he's able to get that ground ball. Nice quick feed from Espinosa to get the lead runner. Keep that double play in order.
Yeah, I thought he was going to go to first base and just concede the fact that Derek Lee was getting to second, just take the out at first. Nice job of getting the lead runner.
And Vladimir Guerrero now comes out on deck to pinch hit for Zach Britton.
And he's swinging already.
Robert Andino at the plate. And Andino takes a strike. Robert drove in the Orioles' first run in the 4th inning in that 2-run rally with a 2-out single to left. And Vladimir Limburn up. And a good take there, 1-1.
I'm sure Buck Showalter knows he only has. He's got different situations where he can certainly use Guerrero. You want to just do it in what you believe is going to be your most productive. So he has to weigh how the rest of this game is going to play, when to use him.
Left field and deep. Hairston won't get it. It bounces past him, goes all the way to the wall. Reynolds heads to third, and in the second base with a double is Andino. So the Orioles get 2 in scoring position. Andino's second base hit of the game.
Well, it's been that inconsistent sinker from Marquis that really has gotten him in trouble. He's thrown good ones. He's gotten the double play. When he leaves it up, belt high, they hit it hard.
That is the 4th double in this game, and it will chase Jason Marquis. So the Orioles have the tying runs in scoring position as Andino doubles. Marquis' night is done in the 6th. Tonight's Nationals broadcast is presented by the all-new 2011 Dodge Charger. With its iconic 4-door fastback coupe design, efficient power, technology, and execution, the all-new 2011 Dodge Charger was built with the young at heart and passionate performance driver in mind. Visit your local Dodge dealer to learn more and schedule a test drive. You'll be glad you did. And that Dodge Red is a good-looking vehicle. Orioles have 12 hits but trail 4-2. Jason Marquis chased after 5 1/3, and here's Todd Coffey.
We call him Big Pot. Fastball, slider, split. Fastball run up there about 95 miles an hour. Got a nice tight slider. He's been thrown for strikes.
Yeah, good stuff. He's done great with runners in scoring or inherited runners, 16 of 17. This is a situation, second, third, nobody, one out. You're just looking to get the next couple of hitters out.
Nationals have the infield back. Reynolds at third, Andino at second. So the faster runner is the trail runner. And Guerrero pinch hitting for Britain. Fouls it off the other way. Vladimir has a 4-game hitting streak going. Here's the defense. You see the infield is back. Zimmerman could hold the runner at third. He's not that deep, and shallow a little bit at first is Morse. Guerrero line drive, base hit to center field. Reynolds will score. Andino held at third. He almost ran through the stop sign, but he went into a dive on the grass. So Guerrero comes through with a base hit, and the Orioles are back within one.
Again, he comes off the bench swinging, breaking ball in the middle of the plate. Just a low rocket right back up the middle. Just a question of one out. You could see Andino had to take it just a stride back towards second. So he may have slipped coming around third.
And Exmo brought to you by the 2011 Jeep Compass.
Nice night. Thanks for covering. Knock, steak. Go back to the bench and call it a night.
Yeah, so he could probably sit on the bench for about 3 months and come up and do that.
So Vladimir will head to the bench, and Buck Showalter utilizing his roster. Here is Chris Jakubowskis, a pitcher who is sent in to pinch runs so they don't use another position player.
That's what they're saying with having Vladdy on the bench. It really is a 2-player move every time you use him to pinch hit because he's not probably going to play in the field.
Back to the top of the lineup for Hardy. First and third, and one down.
Interesting move to fire that bullet early with Vladimir Guerrero. I know you got to take advantage of opportunity when it's there. I understand the move by Buck Showalter. And if you can keep this game tied, you're the Nationals. You don't have to worry about Vladdy in the late innings now.
Want to know on Hardy, who was hitless on the night. And then he takes a strike.
Yeah, man, Buck had really made up his mind early to do this. He really didn't know what was going to happen in front of him. I mean, he was out on deck right away. He had committed that Guerrero was going to hit in this inning for Britain.
And you don't know that when the pitcher spot comes around again, that Vladimir Guerrero is going to have an opportunity to drive in runs. Maybe drive himself in, but that's it.
Check swing, and he went too far, and a real good breaking ball by Todd Coffey. 1-2 is the count.
Let's check it out. Did he go? Absolutely.
Home plate umpire Bruce Dreckman said he went. There's Sean Burnett, left-hander, getting loose. The lone lefty in that Nats pen. Hardy has a 9-game hitting streak, but 0 for 3 tonight. High fly ball, left center field and deep. Bernardino back on it. He'll get there and has it for the out. Tagging at third, coming to the plate is Andino, and we are tied at 4. Real good job by Hardy down in the count to put one in play that far and get the run in.
Well, the pinch hitting duties really paid off, using Guerrero tying it up here with 2 outs. Nice at bat by J.J. Hardy.
You see Jim Riggleman, he's telling Michael Morris, play behind the runner, not expecting a pitcher, Jakubowskis, to try to steal a base and Markakis up. And it's outside to Nick 1-0. So both these pitchers have pitched to no decisions. Marquis goes 5 1/3, 4 runs. Britton, of course, if they get the lead here, he would still be the pitcher of record. But if it stays tied, he will have pitched to no decision. 4 runs, 1 earned, 3 unearned.
Let's check out the pitch from Todd Coffey to J.J. Hardy. He's got a pretty good slider, but look at this one. That's a cement mixer right out over the plate. And that's a pitch with 2 strikes that Todd Coffey probably wanted to bounce or bury, left it right out over the plate.
And that's the pitch he has really hammered. If you make usually a poor slider to Hardy, he's going to hit it hard.
Markakis on a 2-0 fouls it off. That's back in the crowd. Nick is 2 for 3 on the 9. He now has an 8-game hitting streak. He's added 5 points to his batting average tonight, facing this hard thrower, Coffey. Root the other way foul. When Buck Showalter went to sit in on the pitchers meeting today, I wonder if that's where it was brought up. Hey, by the way, Chris, you might be pinch running tonight, so I want you to be ready.
Oh, there's no question. He had to tell him before the game. The pitcher sitting down the bullpen or in the dugout would be having a minor heart attack.
2-2 is ripped to center field. There's a base hit. Jakubowskis will play it safe and stay at second base. So Markakis has a 3-hit night, and the inning continues.
Yeah, another low rocket. I mean, you can always tell when pitchers are on duty, they have those metal spikes on.
A nice piece of hitting right here from Nick Markakis. Let's check out the location of the slider. The slider ain't sliding tonight for Todd Coffey. That one just spun in there, another cement mixer, and you see the result.
So a 3-hit game for Markakis. Jones has a 3-hit game. Derek Lee has a 3-hit game, and the Orioles have 14 hits. And unfortunately for Buck Showalter, a pitcher who is a very good base runner, Jeremy Guthrie, unavailable tonight because of the back spasms that forced him out of a start yesterday. This might have been a spot where you would have seen Guthrie go in, but he's unavailable tonight. So Jakubowskis gets in there, and he's at second base. Markakis at first. 2 down for Jones. Bounce towards third, unfouled. Adam Jones came into this game tonight 0 for his last 14, and he is 3 for 3. Coffey has allowed both inherited runners to score, and now there are 2 on that are his responsibility.
Yeah, the Orioles have 3 doubles out of their 14 hits, one of them by their starting pitcher.
And a strike taken by Jones, and it's 0-2. Weeder's waiting on deck if the inning continues. Thirty-year-old Todd Coffey. Jones pops it foul, first base side. That'll go back out of play. 15 of 18 inherited runners stranded, even with the 2 scoring tonight. That's pretty impressive. So the Orioles getting to a guy who has not been easy to get to.
And some good at-bats, excuse me, Mike, by the Orioles hitters. But what happens on a given night when your slider ain't sliding? You just throwing it too hard, or you just don't have a feel for it?
That's a good question, because I was 3 or 4 pitch pitcher, so you could go to third and fourth option, but that's kind of live by the slider, die by the slider. Try to keep finding it, but you're right, he's throwing an awful lot of spinners in the middle of the plate.
Jones 0-2. Ground ball towards the middle. Espinosa will get there and knock it down. That's a base hit, but he saved a run as Jakubowskis had to stop at third. So there's been a sacked fly on a 1-2 pitch, now a base hit on an 0-2 pitch.
Well, that makes Markakis and Jones 7 out of 8 tonight. Well placed back up the middle. I don't think he had any chance to get Adam Jones.
Now, how many second basemen in baseball make this play on the shortstop side of second base? Great range by Espinosa. Great job of keeping the ball in the infield and keeping the runner from scoring.
And we've seen everybody falling down in the infield. That play, Markakis at second, did the shortstop. We've seen Andino fall going around third base on those full moon nights.
So Coffey will leave. Sean Burnett will come on to flip Weeders over to the right side of the plate. Of the bases loaded, 2 down in the top of the 6th. And for every Orioles walk this season, Care First Blue Cross Blue Shield will contribute $50 to support the Living Classrooms Foundation. To date, the Orioles have drawn 199 walks for $9,950. Care First Blue Cross Blue Shield encourages each of us to take that first step towards a healthier and more active lifestyle. Now, this is an interesting move. Is Sean Burnett comes on, and he is lights out against lefties, but not so much against right-handed batters, and this flips Wieters over to the right side.
Yeah, I had a long talk with Jim Riggleman about this. He just likes Matt Wieters hitting from the right side, so he'll force that with Sean Burnett coming out of the bullpen.
A fastball slider change from Burnett. He had a good inning the other night against the Cardinals. He went through the heart of their order, so he's been scuffling a little bit this season. Had a big confidence builder, getting some big hitters from the Cardinals out.
This is the 4th time tonight that Wieters has batted, all 4 times with runners in scoring position. First ball hitting to third. Zimmerman goes to second in time for the force. A delayed call by Rob Drake. He wanted to make sure Espinosa had the ball. Orioles scored 2, Strand 3 were tied. And welcome to the Budweiser Thirst Inning, brought to you by Budweiser. Great times are waiting. Grab some buds. We have a good one going here. 4-4 game. Orioles have out hit the Nationals 15-5, but Marquis, while he was in there, did a real good job minimizing the damage. And after the Nats got the lead, the Orioles come right back to tie. And Adam Jones went hard into the bag at second base. He was trying to beat that throw. Came up a little slow. As Zimmerman got it there, looked like Adam banged his knee on that slide.
Yeah, nice late slide, trying to really very close play at second base.
You know, I always thought about doing in that situation, just running straight through the bag like you're running to first base, because if you're safe and the run scores, you just keep going out to left field, maybe get a cheap run that way.
Jeremy Accardo comes on.
You would have to have a very big helmet on, you know, to be as daring.
So it's a game for the bullpens here, as each starter has pitched to a no decision. Wilson Ramos leads off. He got the rally going last inning with a leadoff single. Henry Rodriguez now getting loose in the Nats pen.
A young flamethrower we saw up in Baltimore.
The pitcher spot is due third in this inning, because Marquis was inserted in the number 8 spot, not the 9 spot. But the Nationals have a 6-man bench, so they have all kinds of options. Ball 2 outside. Accardo, he's been scuffling a little bit. He's allowed runs in 4 of his last 5 outings. 5 runs total in his last 7 innings of work. well off to play ball 3. Zach Britton went 5 innings, 4 runs, 1 earned on 5 hits, and 4 of those hits came in the 5th inning. And 2 of those 4 came after the inning should have been over. And there's a leadoff walk. Not what you want to do in a tie game. You come in, walk the leadoff man, the potential go-ahead run.
And nothing will hack off a skipper than a guy coming out of the bullpen throwing balls.
Let's get a look at the Nationals in-game box scores. They bat in the 6th inning. Multi a game for Jerry Hairston Jr. Desmond has an RBI, Zimmerman has an RBI, and Bernardina has an RBI and a ground out.
Yeah, I'm just trying to figure out how the Nationals haven't scored more runs in this one, where they have 15 base hits. And really, to this point, out of 18 outs.
Hairston takes inside, and Ricardo can't find the strike zone. And Wieters out to talk to him. And it looks like the Orioles bullpen is going to get busy. Well, we welcome you to Nationals Park as the Orioles and Nats renew the Mid-Atlantic rivalry. Jim Hunter with Bob Carpenter, Mike Flanagan, FP Santangelo, and our crew for the opener of this 3-game series this weekend. And it's a good one. Orioles have to be frustrated, as Mike just mentioned, with those 15 base hits, scoring the 4 runs, and Matt Stairs is out on deck to pinch hit for the pitcher. Rick Adair, the pitching coach, went out to talk to Ricardo. Hairston 2 for 2. He did not show bunt on the first pitch.
Man, it's a big at-bat for Ricardo. If he doesn't get Hairston out, all of a sudden Buck Showalter has to make a decision. You got runners on first and second, nobody out. You can save Matt Stairs and send Alex Cora up there to bunt the guys over.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure there would be a switch.
And there's a strike. So 1-1 on Hairston. And he lays off ball 2. So Ricardo to 2 batters has thrown a total of 2 strikes.
Yeah, and everything has been up in the zone, not his way of usually pitching. Usually down around knee high. Clay Rapata getting loose.
And that's why this out is so big. You bring in the lefty to face Stairs. If Hairston gets on, you pull back Stairs. You bring somebody up to bunt. You got second and third if you execute the bunt with 1 out.
Ramos runs, and the ball's hit the left field for a base hit. Hairston comes through again. That one goes all the way to the wall. Ramos is being set. Luke Scott's throw in will be cut off by Hardy. So a leadoff walk and a double, and the Nats go back on top.
Yeah, he had a feeling that leadoff walk was going to be trouble for Ricardo. Hairston's had a big night. A couple of doubles and a single. 10th double of the year for Jerry.
Yeah, a bunch of good at-bats from Jerry Hairston Jr. Look at the ball up and in. All systems go ahead in the count. Jerry Hairston Jr. telling the Orioles, you should have kept me. I'm having a big night tonight. Look at the big fella, Wilson Ramos, coming around third base, chugging. That's a whole lot of catchers scoring a run for the Nats.
And that was real good coaching by Bo Porter, the third base coach. Luke Scott is playing with that shoulder issue, and he is not throwing as he once did. And once that ball got to the wall, he didn't even hesitate, sending Ramos all the way around, and he scored without a throw. So now with the runner at second, Burnett will bat for himself because he's going to bunt.
Well, who traded that guy in second base for Sammy Sosa?
Yeah, he's way better than Sammy Sosa. But you're right. Now they don't have to spend the pinch hitter. Just go ahead and bunt.
And it's high. So even with a hitter who's willing to give up an out, Accardo having trouble finding the strike zone. And this also allows Jim Riggleman to save another pitcher, at least for the moment. Ball 2.
A tough situation for Sean Burnett. I mean, this guy's a reliever. How many at-bats do relievers have during the season? They don't come out and hit early every day. Usually the starting pitchers come out and hit early. So he gets this bunt down. It's all athletic ability.
My guess is he probably shouldn't bunt it to first.
And it's taken high, ball 3.
And this is a situation where you have to take out of a bunt stance. If you've squared around 3 times in a row and the pitcher's shown you that he can't find the strike zone, yeah, you're taken right here, but take this pitch out of a bunt stance. Square around early, get your bat out there, do the same things you've done for the last 3 pitches, and maybe you buy yourself ball 4.
How about that? The pitcher trying to give him an out, and he walks him on 4 straight pitches.
I think the look says it all. 3-0 pitch. Everybody just kind of waiting.
Verizon Pitch Track, America's largest and most reliable wireless network, Verizon. You can see Buck Showalter not pleased. 2 walks in the inning now by Accardo, and 1 coming with a hitter trying to give you an out.
And this is where you have to be careful to give up an out. And I think that's what Roger Bernardino is going to go talk to Bo Porter. You're probably going to sacrifice right here, right? Runners on first and second, nobody out, you're up by 1. But you don't just want to give away an out to a guy who's struggling to throw strikes. So maybe you square around the first pitch, take it if he throws strike 1, and then you got action after that. But you hate to give the opposition an out when the pitcher's struggling so much to throw a strike.
Yeah, right now that plate to Jeremy Accardo, it probably looks like about the size of a dime. It's amazing when you're going good. That plate looks nice and wide, and when it's not going well, double barrel action now. Jason Birkin up with Clay Rapata.
And he does square, and he takes it outside. Ball 1. It's almost as if Accardo is pitching with no confidence, and he's avoiding contact.
Yeah, he just really, I mean, again, he can see that they're bunting. So really the war right now is not against who's at plate with the bat. See, almost incredulous that Accardo has not made some sort of an adjustment.
That's frustrating for Buck because the opposition's telling you, I'm giving you an out.
And finally throws a strike as Bernardino did exactly what FP thought he would do. He waited to take a strike.
Well, what he did, they finally changed the pitch. They threw 7 or 8 straight fastballs that were up in the zone. Wieters calls for a breaking ball. He throws a strike. Sometimes you just have to get him off that one pitch that you can't throw it over the plate with.
Nationals have a run in, 2 on and none out. And he swings away, and it's a high fly ball to left. Easy play for Luke Scott. And 1 down. So Jim Riggleman expecting a pitch that he could do something with, and Bernardino not only flies out, can advance the runners. Fans, don't forget, St. Louis Cardinals make their first ever visit to Oriole Park at Camden Yards, a 3-game series beginning Tuesday, June 28th, and concluding Thursday, June 30th. Don't miss a pitch of this intriguing interleague matchup. Get your tickets in advance and save 888-848-BIRD, or get online at Orioles.com. And here comes Buck Showalter, and that's going to be all for Jeremy Accardo. 4 consecutive right-handed batters are due up here, so it'll be Birkin coming into the game. Nats have a run in, 2 on and 1 out, and a 1-run lead. Major League Baseball on MASN is brought to you by Mitsubishi Electric Cooling and Heating. To find a Mitsubishi Electric Cooling and Heating dealer near you, visit MitsubishiComfort.com. By Blimpie, America's Sub Shop. And by Southwest Airlines. Find our fares only online at southwest.com. Washington Monument on this Friday night. And after a rain delay to begin the night, it's a very comfortable evening downtown in our nation's capital, and the Nats have a 5-4 leaders. Jason Birkin on with 2 on and 1 out.
Yeah, Jason will come out of the bullpen tonight. This will be his 18th game of the year. 1-2 record. ERA very lofty. Really not an indication how at times he can pitch extremely well. 19 innings, 19 strikeouts, 10 walks, 28 hits. Really just returned from the minor leagues just recently. Called on Wednesday, pitched the third of the inning at Toronto. So back in, and when he's right, and that slider is biting late, one of the best around.
Top of the lineup now, Jason Worth, who is 0 for 3, and he struck out in the 5th inning. The next 2 batters got hits to drive in runs after Worth was unable to do it. Hairston at second, Burnett at first. And there's ball 1 inside. Ricardo goes a third of an inning. He's allowed 1 run, responsible for the 2 men on. Faced 4 batters, 3 reached, and 2 of them he walked. Breaking ball foul back 1-1. Birkin, the winning pitcher in relief yesterday in Toronto. And that actually is news because it snapped a 16-game losing streak at Rogers Center. Prior to yesterday, the last time the Orioles won a game there was in 2009. Jason Birkin started that game and won. So he's won the last 2. There's a line drive, base hit to left center field. Luke Scott over. Hairston will score. Burnett goes to third, and on at first is Jason Worth. He stumbled going around the bag, but the Nats now have a 2-run lead.
That's about the 4th runner I've seen go down tonight around the bases. But a low rocket off the bat of Jason Worth.
And he's heating up. I mean, he's been locked in. He's gone to a toe tap the last couple of games, on time right there, catching the ball out in front. And all of a sudden, Jason Worth is getting locked in, and that is a big swing of the bat. And Roger Bernardino flies out. You don't advance the runners. And what does Jason Worth do? Once again, picking up his teammate. Ian Desmond picked him up in the 5th inning with a base hit. All of a sudden, he picks up Roger Bernardino, and you just hope he's okay after he got sniped coming around first.
Exmo brought to you by your D.C. area Volkswagen dealers. Visit VWDealer.com today. Swing and a miss by Desmond. Orioles played the ball back into second base. Burnett made it all the way to third, but the double play is still in order. High fly ball to center field, chasing Jones. He'll get there, but that's deep enough to score a run. Here comes Burnett. And it's a 3-run inning for the Nats. And they now lead at 7-4.
So a couple of times Ian Desmond getting the job done with runners on third base. It was a 2-out RBI last time in the 5th inning. And runner on third less than 2. What do you do? Stay in the middle of the field, stay to the big part of the ballpark. You got to pitch up and out over the plate, and that is how you drive in runs. There's Sean Burnett, loving the fact that he's on the bases tonight, feeling a part of it.
So all 3 runs in the inning charged to Ricardo in just a third of an inning. And the Nationals have put together 2 crooked number innings back-to-back, 4 in the 5th and 3 in the 6th. So Burnett got Wieters with the bases loaded to end the 6th after the Orioles had rallied the tie. And the Orioles bullpen comes on as Birkin throws to first, and Ricardo wild, walked 2 and 3 runs allowed. Zimmerman 1 out of 3 on the night. Singled to drive in a run his last at bat. Burkin misses low.
Well, Zimmerman tonight has hit just 3 rockets right back up the middle. Since he's seen the ball real well.
The Orioles had optioned Burkin back to AAA to find that slider. And he was put in the rotation down there so he could use all his pitches. And it's interesting, Mike, he's been back since Tuesday, and he's already in his 3rd game in the last 4. Popped up foul wide at first. Derek Lee is over hoping for a play, but he won't have one. It's back in the crowd.
Well, I'm sure he probably wasn't even scheduled for this inning of work, the way Buck Showalter had it played out. The Cardinals' first 3 men reaching changed the whole dynamics of this inning. Really just clawed your way back into it.
Yeah, shutdown innings are so important. All of a sudden, the Orioles score 2 in the top of the 6th, and then what do? Give up 3 in the bottom of the 6th. When you have the momentum, you have to get your team right back in the dugout.
Pop up, and Dino backing up on it. And on the outfield grass, he has it for the out, and the inning is over. But a tough inning for Accardo and the bullpen. Nats get 3 and take the lead.
For the Home Depot doing more on defense, let's go back to the 2nd inning. Jason Marquis with runners on 1st and 2nd gets the ground ball, a little 4-6-3 double play. Then in the 5th inning, runners on 1st and 3rd. Another double play, 4-6-3. So Jason Marquis wiggling out of jams, and the 2 young kids up the middle getting the job done. More saving, more doing. That's the power of Home Depot.
7-4 Nats lead as we go to the 7th inning. Orioles have out-hit the Nats 15-7. Orioles, though, have left 9 men on base, including the bases loaded in the 6th. Luke Scott, Derek Lee, Mark Reynolds. Sean Burnett stays on. So you have the lefty-lefty leading off here in the 7th. And strike 1 to Luke.
It was kind of an interesting turn of events with Accardo and the first couple of guys getting on in the inning, and looked like Matt Stairs was going to probably hit. Then all that changed, and Burnett, was trying to go up there and give away a out with the bunt. Ends up getting the walk, and the whole inning changes. Now he's back on the mound with a 3-run lead.
And he gets ahead of Luke Scott quickly 0-2.
And if I'm not mistaken, that was Burnett's first at bat of the year. So he goes up there to sacrifice, doesn't see a strike, ends up getting on, scoring, and staying in the game.
Luke Scott pulls it towards second. Espinosa sure-handed gets there. 1 down in the Orioles' 7th inning. Well, it's time now for our Corona Game Flow, brought to you by Corona, who invites you to find your beach. Well, the flow of this game has been all about the hitting. 4 runs on 15 hits for the Orioles, 7 runs on 7 hits, only 1 error, that a throwing error by Mark Reynolds. And the Nationals really took advantage of it in that 4-run 5th. Derek Lee, for the first time tonight, not facing Jason Marquis, and he takes a strike.
He probably wants to run in the Nats clubhouse and get Marquis right now and have him pitch to him one more time. And you can just tell by the looks on Jason Marquis' face tonight. He didn't matter what he threw. He could have thrown an underhand, overhand, 102 miles an hour, and Derek Lee was just seeing the ball well off Jason Marquis and has his whole career.
Yep, that would fall into the category of ownership.
Fouled off, it's 1-2. 35,562 the attendance here tonight. A real nice crowd for the opener of this Interleague Series, the Mid-Atlantic rivalry. And this rivalry will grow as these two teams move up in the standings. It's still a budding rivalry, but getting better. Lee goes the other way and fouls it off to stay alive.
Move up in the standings, play each other more, maybe a bench clearing brawl here or there. You know, spice
Guys
it up.
taken out at second base. Guys not sliding going into second.
You only want to see that because you want to see Terry Crowley running from the bullpen. The interim bullpen coach. Because, you know, you can't start till the bullpen guys get in.
Yeah, I never understood that. Why don't they just run across the field to see each other?
Yeah, why don't the bullpens have their own fight?
Especially like you guys will see in Pittsburgh. They're on top of each other. That's where you're going next.
Yeah.
Just stay out there and brawl in the bullpen.
Yeah, you're racing, and if you're an older pitcher, by the time you get to the mound, you're too tired to fight anyway.
Cage match. It's that simple.
Cage match.
Lead to center field, and Bernardina thought about it, but then pulled back and plays it on a hop. It was a sinking liner, and Lee is on with his fourth hit. So the Orioles are trying to at least chip away in this inning, get a one-out base runner.
Yeah, been over his last 12, and if this one goes into extra innings, he might make it up and go 12 for 12 tonight.
Wasn't Derek Lee close to signing with the Nationals this offseason? He might be asking himself right now at first base, hey, I like hitting this ballpark. Why didn't I do that?
So Burnett will lead. Pitching change as Riggleman's on the mound with a 7-4 Nationals advantage. Have a 7-4 lead. Orioles have 1 on and 1 out here in the 7th inning. This copyrighted telecast is presented by authority of the Washington Nationals and Baltimore Orioles and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form, and the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of the Washington Nationals and Baltimore Orioles. The hard thrower Henry Rodriguez comes on.
You see the numbers on Rodriguez for the season. Fastball, slider, changeup. He'll run that fastball up there about 1,000,000 miles an hour. And the question is throwing strikes. You go 98 to 100 with it, and you'll know right away. I mean, when he's having a good outing, pounds the strike zone, unhittable slider at times. But fastball command, slider command has been the question mark about Henry Rodriguez. Very slow, very deliberate when he's on the mound.
He'll face Mark Reynolds, who has 1 hit on the night. Derek Lee at first with 1 down. And it's low. Got away momentarily from Ramos, but it stayed right by his feet, so no advancement for Lee.
I remember Rodriguez coming in Baltimore. Very impressive arm. He was 101 on our gun. But he can beat up a catcher along the way, too.
Yeah, so far not so good.
And Reynolds takes a strike. Rodriguez, one of two players the Nationals got when they traded Josh Willingham to the Athletics. The Orioles have certainly seen enough of Willingham on the year. And Reynolds fouls it off. He was out in front.
Good slider right there from Rodriguez. So after a first pitch fastball in the dirt, a couple of strikes.
And Dino waiting on deck, and then the pitcher spot for the Orioles. There's Tyler Clippard getting loose. Reynolds down in the count, 1-2. And he's down on strikes. Got a fastball by him. So 2 down in the inning as Reynolds strikes out for a second time tonight.
Yeah, Rodriguez is one of those guys that comes at you real slow with his motion. See how slow that is? Then bam, 97. And that's a hard 97, very heavy 97, and that is by Mark Reynolds.
Robert Andino has 2 hits on the night, 1 to drive in a run, and he scored twice. Ground ball towards the middle. Right there is Desmond. He'll flip to second for the force on Lee, and that ends the inning. 7th inning stretch brought to you by Jack Daniel's Tennessee Honey. Fly straight, drink responsibly. Mid-7th, 7-4 Nats. Our game summary as we go to the bottom of the 7th. The Nationals with 4 in the 5th and 3 in the 6th have a 7-4 lead despite being out hit by the Orioles 16-7. Ian Desmond a nice night. Derek Lee a perfect night going 4 out of 4. And Jerry Hairston Jr. 3 for 3 with a couple of doubles and a big RBI that got the lead back for the Nats in the 6th inning.
Yeah, time for our fourth drive of the game, and why not make it Jerry Hairston Jr. having a big night against his old ball club. Smokes the ball down the corner. A big part of this game. Wilson Ramos chugging around third. Jerry Hairston Jr. 3 for 3, couple of doubles, have a night. That is our fourth drive of the game.
Ryan Adams comes in the game as Buck Showalter makes a double switch, and Dino made the last out of the inning, so Adams will go into the number 9 spot, the pitcher spot, due to lead off in the 8th. And here's Michael Gonzalez on the pitch. He'll go into Andino's spot, number 8.
Yep, 24th appearance of the year for Michael Gonzalez out of the bullpen. Just a couple of 2/3 of an inning in Toronto, a walk and a strikeout. An inning and 2/3 scoreless. He's allowed 8 earned runs in his last 10 innings of work, so it's been an ongoing struggle for Gonzalez. Seems to kind of hold it together for one outing and then it'll fall apart in the next.
And he will face 3 consecutive right-handed batters because Espinosa on deck is a switch hitter. Here's Morse. Ramos will bat third, another right-handed batter. Broken bat bouncer to third. Nice hop for Reynolds. And in the dirt, but scooped by Lee and one away. Well, we want to remind you about $1 dog night. That's right. Wednesday coming up June 22nd, 7:05. It's Interleague Baseball against Seattle, and it's $1 dog night. Nationals.com/tickets for your tickets while supplies last.
And Mike and I crushed one of those hot dogs during the game tonight.
I thought they were talking about real dogs for $1.
And hailed that sucker during the commercial break. It was fantastic.
Here's Danny Espinosa, and he takes a strike. And down and in.
Buy a real dog for $1.
I knew that kind of got by you.
It did. It went over my head, around the right field foul pole, around the left field foul pole, back up into the booth, and I finally got it.
Yeah,
you're not working with the sharpest tool in the shed. I tell you that right now. That was a good one.
The brightest bulb in the knife drawer.
No. Or you could make a $1 donation to an animal rescue. Save some of the dogs, or help save some of the dogs.
Or just crush some hot dogs.
Or you can eat. Here's the 1-2. It's bounced towards the hole, and it gets on through for a base hit. So despite the fact that Lee was wide of the bag, Espinosa still got it by him.
Yeah, well placed. I think Derek Lee had this sense, he was the only one between him and right field. Look how far off the line Derek Lee is playing. That's almost straight up second base position. Just shows you the amount of ground you can cover.
And if you're agile over there and a good athlete, we just saw Albert Pujols. He plays in the same spot. Take away that 4.5 hole, that hole between first and second. If you can scramble back to the base and you have that athletic ability, it allows your second baseman to play up the middle and take some hits away. I like when first baseman, nobody on play in that hole.
Yeah, there's some insecurity among first basemen to wander too far away from the bag, and that's one thing Buck Showalter says. It really helps with being obviously right-handed, and that glove side being towards the line. He can play way off that line. And Buck, a big believer. You try to play where they hit it. He doesn't really guard the lines and do some of the traditional stuff you do.
0-1 is popped up, slicing down the right field line. And that's going to be caught by a fan. Nicely done as he leans over the railing.
That was a terrific play.
Well, Lee couldn't get there. Markakis couldn't get there, so the fan took it.
Well, we should have made that our Home Depot, doing more on defense.
Used two hands, kept it in front. Good balance.
And didn't fall on the field of play.
Did you see the reaction from his buddy in the red shirt? You need to show that again. That guy next to him went nuts when he made the play.
Look at that. You got a Nats fan there with an Orioles fan. Runner goes from first, pitches high, throw to second by Wieners, and not in time. There's another steal as Espinosa gets in there. His seventh. That's the second stolen base in the game for the Nats.
Yeah, a couple of stolen bases tonight, both with left-handers on the mound with Britton. Denny Espinosa, seventh of the year.
Hey, look at the jump from Espinosa. Just going first move. Guess and go. You throw over to first, you got me. I'll try to beat the relay from first, but Espinosa was fortunate. They went to home, got a great jump, and that's how the Nationals run the bases. Very aggressive.
And Ramos swings through it. There's strike three. And two away here in the seventh.
That's one thing the Nationals have been doing tonight. Put it in play. Only the fourth strikeout. Really has been some smart base running. It seems like they've scouted the Orioles well, at least on their left-handers, on going on that first move.
Yeah, and that's the one thing they've done all year, very consistently and done very well. And that's just run the bases aggressively. And it's not just crazy running the bases. They have a plan. They do their homework. They're very efficient.
Ivan Rodriguez on deck. The pitcher spot is due next.
Not too bad when you have a Guerrero and a Pudge Rodriguez on the bench. Respective teams.
Tyler Clippard getting loose to work the eighth. And it's inside. Well, the Nationals have done a real good job of taking advantage of their opportunities, and the Orioles have done the opposite. The Orioles have not gone 3 up, 3 down in any inning on the night. They have not hit well with runners in scoring position overall, and they have left men on base in every inning on the night. Jim Riggleman's team has been very efficient in taking advantage of their opportunities. 2-1 on Hairston. And time requested at the plate. Readers will go out to the mound. Fans, you can get exclusive O's coverage right to your mobile phone. Just text Orioles to 29292. Message and data rates may apply. Vladimir Guerrero and Felix Pie on the Oriole bench. Robert Andino there behind him. And Kirby leaning on the rail. And it's low, ball 3. This was a 4-4 game going to the bottom of the 6th. Ricardo came on and allowed 3 runs. Ryan Matthews and Tyler Clippard are getting loose. And that one all the way back to the screen, and that will allow Espinosa to get to third. A wild pitch on ball 4.
Yeah, you don't see that happen very often.
So runners on the corners now with 2 men down.
Yeah, target is down and in and misses all the way across. And that ball missed by feet.
It's a good take right there.
They say just a little outside.
A nice half for the future Hall of Famer, Pudge Rodriguez, who will pinch hit for the pitcher. And he takes a breaking ball for a strike. Espinosa at third, Hairston Jr. at first. And a foul back. And it's no balls and 2 strikes.
I wonder if you try to steal a run right here. Runners on first and third. You got a couple of good runners. 2 strikes, 2 outs on Pudge. Maybe go first move right here. If they throw over, you stay in a rundown. Can't see any signs from Bo Porter. Probably just going to let Pudge hit.
Pop up foul, first base side again. Where's that fan? He might have another one. And the fan with a glove missed it. And Derek Lee gives it to him anyway. Now the other guy made a barehanded grab. This guy brings his glove and he misses it.
Well, that's when you run over. That's when you run over and give him the ball, the guy with the glove, and say, "Ha, you think it's easy, huh?" And then you give him the ball.
No, what he's saying is FP talking about me. Again.
0-2 pitch is too tight. Roger Bernardina is on deck. This is the first pinch hitting appearance for the year for Ivan Rodriguez. And he fouled it back. Of course, usually you don't put your other catcher in the game to hit because if something happens.
Yeah, the Nationals have carried 2 catchers for the majority of the season. They had Flores up for a little bit, so yeah. When you're the second catcher, you very rarely get in the baseball game.
Another 1-2 pitch is high, 2-2. Buck Showalter has used Matt Wieters to pinch hit 3 times in games he didn't start. This is the first pinch hitting appearance for Pudge. Bounce towards the hole. Long throw across for Hardy. And he gets it there in time. And a near collision there. And nicely done by Gonzalez. Well, gentlemen, it's been a pleasure. Bob Carpenter returns after the break. Beautiful view of the White House on this Friday night.
On to the top of the 8th inning. 7-4 Nats. Unbelievable hit totals versus the run totals here. And you two guys cannot blame me for being an arsonist so far this weekend like you did in Baltimore. Because everything I touched lit up in runs.
Well, that is true, so we will give you a pass tonight.
Yeah, and Nats got the big hits. The Orioles have it. That's pretty much the story of the game. And the Mark Reynolds error on the bunt, taking his time and all of a sudden not realizing the speed of Jason Marquis, I think, was the biggest play in this baseball game.
One of the most interesting outings of Jason Marquis' career, maybe. Extremely hittable, but all those ground ball outs and the 2 double plays really saved him.
Yeah, the double play saved him early, and really they dodged some major bullets. Kind of reminded me of his start back in Baltimore, where he just seemed to be able to get in enough trouble and able to get out of it. I think the thing that's a little bit surprising tonight is Zach Britton, who started so well, not able to continue on in this one with the really great stuff that he had tonight.
Yeah, he looked unhittable at times, but for Jason Marquis, we talk about it all the time. Anybody can go out there with their great stuff. What do you do when you have your B stuff? And I think he battled hard tonight and got through it.
Tyler Clippard, the Nationals' 8th inning guy, to Ryan Adams, who came in on the double switch, and he's batting 9th. Adams 5 for 22 in 8 games with an RBI. But the Orioles have 2 guys who are 4 for 4, another guy who's 3 for 4. And how do you look up and find yourself down by 3 runs in the 8th inning?
And so, Sam, you're losing by 3. You're out hitting the opposition by 8.
It's the clutch hits, though.
Yeah.
You have to get the big hit. You could hit 240 as a team and win a lot of baseball games with pitching and defense and clutch hitting. You get all the hits you want. If you don't get hits with runners in scoring position, you're not going to win a lot of baseball games.
Tyler Clippard in the 8th inning last night gave up a home run to Albert Pujols in a close game, and that made it a lot closer. When he's on, and there's what appears to be his breaking ball. When he's on, he's very effective fastball changeup, but he's a reliever who really does have 4 pitches.
Yeah, that at-bat to Pujols was on me last night. I told Tyler Clippard to challenge him. He heard me.
You told him?
And he threw it right down
Are you
the middle.
out of your mind?
I did. I said, challenge him. You're up by 2. The next pitch went out of the ballpark, so that's on me. I'll take that one.
All right. Yeah, and it's really too bad, FP. Without the DH, there's no offense tonight.
Yeah. That whole rant I went on about Vladdy playing, and it's unfair that the pitcher hits, and Zach Britton has a nice night at the plate.
I know the pitchers have been involved quite a bit in this base running.
They have. Yeah. I don't get to call this guy out very often, Mike. I got to grab it when I get a chance.
Go for it.
There's a big breaking ball by Clippard. I mean, he throws that thing anywhere in the near the outside corner. He becomes a pretty hard to figure out right-hander.
I mean, he's got all the pitches. You just look at
that's a changeup.
Changeup right there, and a lot of right-handers buckle on that because they very rarely see a changeup right on right.
Top of the order now, J.J. Hardy. There's that fastball that he can throw 93 to 95. Hardy 0 for 3 with a sac fly 2 innings ago. But at that time, got the Orioles back even. Top of the 6th. I was debating this in my mind, sitting next door listening to you guys. Did any of you have a thought that Jim Riggleman might walk Vladimir Guerrero in that situation back then? That would have been putting the lead run aboard, but you would take the best bat off of their bench and take the bat out of his hands.
I'm sure it was some consideration, too. The thing with Vladdy, you better make up your mind, because if a pitch goes by, your decision's probably going to be too late.
Yeah, he's not the kind of guy you're going to nibble on, because he's going to hit one of those. Out to left should be easy for Hairston, who's had a big night. And that's 2 quick outs for Clippard here in the 8th inning. Solutions that help you achieve your financial goals, PNC. For the achiever in you and the Nationals minor league report. Last night we looked at some of the top hitters. Most of them were at single A and double A. And again, we're looking, FP, here at single A, double A guys, and Brad Peacock has been getting most of the attention this year.
Yeah, we've been hearing a lot about him. Look at the numbers right there. So anytime you're dealing in double A, you're a phone call away.
Potomac, Hagerstown, Harrisburg. Interesting how these 2 organizations, the Nats and the Orioles, have so many minor league teams in the immediate area. The Nats have gone up to Syracuse last couple of years with their AAA, while the Orioles have landed in the Tidewater area, longtime Mets stronghold down there. And there's still some Speculation, the Nationals AAA could end up in Richmond if they can ever get their stadium situation straightened out there. Nick Markakis, 3 singles tonight. His average from 250 up to 257 now. Clippard hard up and away. 93. Markakis late.
Man, such a wide variance between his fastball and his changeup. 93 and all the way down to 81, 82. Once you get over a 10 or 12 mile an hour variance, you can get a lot of swings and misses. Very hard to take that much velocity off.
Clippard this year, 52 strikeouts, 15 walks. Target up and in. That usually means the number 1.
Mike, as a hitter, I didn't care how nasty you were if everything you threw was hard. Hard fastball, hard slider, hard curveball. It was all around, between 86 and 92. You just go up there looking for the same velocities, and if the ball breaks, you just adjust your hands and throw them to the baseball. But those guys that had the big split, the 70-mile-an-hour curveball, the 92-mile-an-hour fastball, those are the guys that give you fits.
Get you right in the middle.
There's the 82 way out ahead.
I'm going to say that's what happens. They call it sort of being in the rocking chair. You're too early in a changeup and you're late on the fastball.
It's better to be too early on the changeup and do what Nick Markakis did right there and pull it foul than be late on the fastball. Because you late on the fastball, you have no chance.
I'm rather impressed that Nick made contact there. We've seen so many left-handers swing and miss at that this year. Up the middle. He's got a 4-hit night. 3 Orioles have 4 hits.
Yeah, one came in hitting 250. The other one came in hitting 214. Who's the official scorekeeper in Baltimore?
And has any of them scored?
Derek Lee has scored once. Now here's Adam Jones, who has a chance for a 5-hit night.
Actually, I was looking at Jones and Markakis back-to-back the night they had.
Yeah.
Have not scored.
8 out of 9, the 2 and 3 hitters tonight. With the leadoff man's 0 for 4, the cleanup man's 0 for 4, and the number 5 man is 0 for 4.
Not getting the opportunity to watch you guys play every single night because a lot of times we're on opposite each other. I didn't know that Adam Jones plays this hard. Watching him tonight go into second base hard a couple of times, I'm very impressed at the effort this guy puts out.
That's the way he really has played all season long. Whether it be defensively, he's stolen 5 bases without being caught. He goes into hard, breaking up double plays.
Upstairs, can't reach the 94. No balls, 2 strikes. Crowd of 35,562 here tonight. Nats fans must be pretty comfortable. This inning's going to end. They're still in their seats. 0-2 with 2 outs. The runner on the move and a foul off to the right.
Markakis trying to go a little sneak attack steal right there. Down by 3 runs. You better make it. He got a great jump. He probably would have made it. And Tyler Clippard not really concerned with Markakis at first base. So down by 3, you steal this late in the game. You have to make it.
Short lead by Nick now. And an 0-2 pulled and outside of third.
And we talk about it all the time with Nationals hitters. That's a great job of fouling off a nasty changeup with 2 strikes. And we've seen a lot of guys swing through that changeup from Tyler Clippard, so bought himself another shot.
Hey, there's been contact tonight. Only 5 Orioles have struck out. Only 4 Nationals have struck out. 2 teams putting the bat on the ball.
Only 1 called, 3rd strike taken.
Baltimore has 2 RBIs out of their number 9 spot, and Washington has 1. Oh, 2 again. And Jones hanging in.
Yeah, that's that hitter's sort of clock where they can gauge velocity. Defend against the 92-93, but not be too far out in front of the 81-82.
But when you have 4 hits on the night and you're cut over your 5th time, you are so relaxed. It's just like, I don't know, like you're playing a rec game somewhere. There's no nerves. You're seeing the ball big. You're very slow with your feet. You're making good decisions. Not that I would know what that feels like. I've just talked to some guys that have had 4 hits before.
20 pitches from Clippard, 18 of them strikes in this inning. You'd think he'd be having a cold drink right now in the dugout. But the Orioles have made it tough on him after the first 2 outs. Markakis, a really good at bat, base it up the middle, and now Jones battling.
I mean, if he gets the tying run to the plate in the form of Matt Wieters, that's a great at bat. And if I'm Tyler Clippard right now, I climb the ladder. I throw that fastball up in his eyes and see what happens.
Target is low. That's a breaking ball, and that's a pretty sharp break for a fastball changeup pitcher.
And that's a 2-part swing from Adam Jones. You hadn't seen that. You watch him stay on the plane of a fastball changeup, and the ball goes down. Just changing his swing in stride to adjust to the break.
Adam Jones has made up his mind that Wilson Ramos is not catching another pitch.
He is not needed. This is when you have. I have them in the swing mode.
Yep. Climb the ladder.
I wonder if he'd think about bouncing a changeup. Upstairs, way up the ladder. Orioles are gone in the 8th, and now they've stranded a very frustrating 11 runners tonight. Nationals 7, Orioles 4, despite the disparity in base hits. 17/8. ExxonMobil brings us a great promotion here at the ballpark. Battle of the Beltways on Sunday. First of all, Saturday, the first 10,000 kids, 12 and under, receive a free kids jersey presented by ExxonMobil. And then Sunday's a 1:35 game after the 1:05 tomorrow. We'll celebrate Father's Day with Nationals Road Caps presented by ExxonMobil. Nationals.com/tickets. Roger Bernardino 0 for 3, but a ground ball that went for an RBI back in that 4-run 5th inning when he moved up 2 runners, 1 home and 1 to third. 3 of those 4 runs were unearned.
He did it with 2 strikes.
Nats closer Drew Storn is up after letting one slip away last night, but the only 2 blown saves he's had this year have been 9th inning home runs, and then the Nats would go on to walk off in both of those games. They're only 2 walk-off homers of the year. Bernardino gets a lot of wood on that high fly ball. Deep right field. See you later. Bernardino homers for the 2nd night in a row, and Washington leads 8-4.
The Coors Light Cold Hard Blast has to be a home run. We were about to go back to Jason Wood last night, but Roger Bearded just saved us. Watch him get on top of this ball. A fastball up in the zone, gets on top, a helicopter finish, good extension, tons of backspin. And that is our Coors Light Cold Hard Blast. And that is a big run in this baseball game.
The Nationals have hit 9 home runs on this 4-game homestand. 8 against a good St. Louis staff, and now first time deep tonight. Here's Worth. And I can remember over the years, not very many times when the Nationals have had any kind of success against Michael Gonzalez. Whether a Pirate or a Brave, he was always very tough on Washington.
And just look at his delivery, look at his motion. That can't be a comfortable at bat for a left-hander. Roger Bernardino once again sticking his nose in there, getting the job done.
That's a good at bat for a left-hander hitting against Gonzalez, because his wildness, I'm sure, has to play into it.
That's on the outside corner, high in the zone 2-2. So no longer a safe situation for Storen, but a lot of managers, once you warm up your closer, he's going to pitch.
Yeah, I like the fact that he's going to get in this baseball game after the blown save. Get right back out there, get back on the horse, get the job done. So yeah, not a save opportunity tonight for Drew Storen, but Matthews is starting to get loose. All right, scratch everything I just said. That was a waste of time.
That Worth is gone for the first out here in the 8th.
Nice try.
Yeah. Time for you to text in your vote for the AT&T Player of the Game. We've got a lot of candidates tonight. So text in your vote, have your voice heard. A for Derek Lee, who's 4 for 4. B, Jerry Hairston Jr., who's 3 for 3 with 2 runs, an RBI, and a walk. And C for Ian Desmond, who has driven in 2 runs. He's extended his hitting streak to 11 games, longest in the major leagues right now. And he's also stolen his 19th base of the year. Text A, B, or C to 51862. 51862. And here's Desmond. You know, it's funny because we're only about 700 feet from the bullpen up here. The deliveries of Matthews and Storen strikingly similar from way up here.
I see you trying to cover me, partner. Atta babe.
We work up here every night, and we still misidentify things. Well, Ian Desmond may just have earned a few more votes. He's on base for the 3rd time tonight. And he's starting to get over that 240 range now and start flirting with 250.
Yeah, right back to where it came from. Very short, simple stroke from Ian Desmond the last 10 or 11 games. Not trying to do too much up there. And he gets his knocks, taking his knocks. Every once in a while, when he has count leverage, he's taking a shot. But 3 great at-bats, 4 great at-bats from Ian Desmond tonight.
And now Ryan Zimmerman steps in. Ryan is contributing 1 significant swing every game he's played so far. He has 4 hits since Tuesday. 3 of them have driven in a run, and the other one got him on base to score the winning run last night. 2 teams in double figures in hits. 27 knocks in this game. The Orioles have 17 of them. Zimmerman drills this ball to right. Markakis back for it. That's the 2nd out.
And check out Ian Desmond's uni. That, folks, is a good uni. I mean, you don't even have to look at the box score to know you have a good game when you got a uni going like that in the 8th inning. Just look down at your pants, look at your shirt. Guess what? That's a good game. I miss that. I miss having my uni like that. You're on base 4 times. You're doing everything on defense. You're doing everything on offense. You basically played right out of your uniform.
Mike, you don't know this, but several times this year after dinner, he's looked like that coming into the booth.
Yeah, I did see him do the headfirst slide through the lunchroom today.
I miss getting dirty.
Here's Michael Morse, who's 0 for 3, an intentional walk drawn. I mean, Morse doesn't have to do it for this club every night. He's coming off a St. Louis series when he was 6 out of 13 with 2 homers and 4 RBIs. Orioles, by the way, will have 4, 5, and 6 up in the top of the ninth. One ball, one strike, and a fastball up. Danny Espinosa. If the inning continues. On the run is Desmond. Off-speed pitch. Not even close. Wieters had a very difficult pitch to handle there. And the Nats have gone 3 for 3 against one of the best throwing catchers in baseball. But he's got to get some help.
Yeah, it's really all the stolen bases have been against left-handers, so you have to give this one to Gonzalez. But again, just shows you how aggressive Jim Riggleman and the Nationals have been, knowing that Wieters is back there. They feel real comfortable running against these lefties.
3 tonight. The Nationals have 60 steals on the year. That's right around the top 3 in the National League. When you can be in the top 5 or 6 in home runs and the top 3 or 4 in running, that's a pretty good combination that could keep you out of some prolonged slumps.
Yeah, I mean, I like the fact now that you have, 4 hitters with double-digit home runs in your lineup.
Yeah.
Really can pass that offense around. It's not one person carrying the load.
Michael Morse, one of those guys. He takes the 2-2 pitch very close.
Some more dirt on there. That's what I'm talking about.
Man. Three-2 now. And Morse will take that breaking ball and foul it back.
Hanging breaking ball just missed.
And he hasn't missed too many of those. But that's one I bet you if you run down there right now and ask Michael Morse, he wants back. He was all over that.
Three-two with 2 outs and Desmond in scoring position. Morse fights off another. Washington trying to even the Battle of the Beltways so far this year at 2 apiece. 3-2 to Morse. He'll take the 2-out walk. He's on for the second time on a night when he doesn't collect a base hit. That'll be walk number 2 by Gonzalez. And that'll get Danny Espinosa up again and Buck Showalter to the mound. He's going to make the change. He's tired of watching his relievers walking guys here. When the moon is that full, and here in our nation's capital, we've had 27 of them. Saturday, 1 o'clock. Game 2 of the series. Brian Mattis, 1-1 with a 5.11 ERA. Jordan Zimmerman, best ERA on the Nats staff right now in terms of the starters at 3.10. He was a hard luck loser in Baltimore when his teammates couldn't get him any runs. We'll get you going at 12:30. Nats Extra, Mass in HD. O's Extra, Mass in 2 HD. And then the first pitch right at 1:05 tomorrow, and then remember a 1:35 game on Sunday. Danny Espinosa takes one outside from Koji Uehara. Espinosa goes down and digs that one out. Fly ball left side. It's coming back to the shortstop, and Hardy drops it after Reynolds misjudged it, and the official scorer could give an error on that play. We'll see if he does. Not an easy play for JJ, and that ball off the bat of the left-hander always twisting back toward the line.
Yeah, hooking back, you see right over Reynolds' head, and right there, almost as if Hardy was hearing some footsteps. He has been so steady at shortstop, had not committed an error all season.
No announcement, so evidently no E6. That's all right. Tough play. Espinosa. Oh, now they do announce E6.
I think it was a tough decision to get the error.
That's a tough error. Orioles second of the ninth. First one cost him 3 runs.
And the worst error in a couple hundred chances for Hardy.
Isn't that the way it always goes for a great defender? You get an error on a ball like that.
Foul territory.
Yeah, foul territory, long way to go, ball's tailing back, one of those plays. It's never just a routine ground ball that you end up kicking. It's something like that.
That would make any runs in this inning unearned. Espinosa takes a home run cut, and that's it. On to the ninth inning, and we'll see if the Washington bullpen can get 3 more outs. To even the season series with Baltimore. 8-4 Nationals over the Orioles. 9th inning coming up. Well, here's how it stands right now. Ian Desmond, evidently, fans love dirty uniforms. He's got 58% of the vote. You have a few minutes left to text in your vote. Text ABRC to 51862. Results on O's Extra postgame show coming up shortly. Ryan Matthews made his major league debut last weekend as the Nats called him up in San Diego. And in a kind of a crazy game against St. Louis Tuesday night when the Nats were down early, he came on to pitch an inning and a third of scoreless, hitless baseball, settled the ball game down. The Nationals got 6 runs in the 7th inning and came back and won it.
And it was all about strike one for Ryan Matthews. getting ahead of the hitters, and now all of a sudden he has an opportunity to get the last 3 outs of a Major League Baseball game. And Jim Riggleman showing a lot of confidence in the youngster.
And there's strike one. Matt Wieters 0 for 4 tonight. Takes a breaking ball and smashes that one out to right field. Jason Worth is waiting. 1 out. You can text Nationals for Messon Mobile Live to 29292, and alerts will come directly to your mobile phone. Message and data rates may apply. Messon Mobile Live Nationals version. Last time the Nationals won 7 games in a row was the last 7 games of the 2009 season. They became the first team ever to lose their first 7 and win their last 7. And Mike, when you got to win 7 to make it to 59 at the end of the season,
that's a run.
That is quite a run. 95 and a strike to Luke Scott. Nationals had a couple of other young pitchers who have struggled throwing strikes out of that bullpen. Rodriguez, Cole Kimball, who's on the DL right now. But Mr. Ryan Matthews has impressed everybody around here all week. Swing and a miss on a fastball. He was seasoned for 7+ years in the minor leagues before he got that call last week.
Yeah, seizing an opportunity.
Originally drafted by Colorado. There's a tough hitter waiting if he gets Scott. Got that splitter.
That fastball slider split for Matthews. I was in between whether that was a slider or split. Split's his out pitch. He got good fastball command. So.
One ball and 2 strikes to Luke Scott, who's 0 for 4 tonight. Out to short, Desmond to his left from behind the bag. 2 down.
That's the thing that's impressed me about the Nationals tonight. It really has, with all these base hits, 17 on the board for the Orioles. It's been the Nationals' defense. Been solid.
It's been solid all season long. They really locked it in the month of May. They only made 9 errors in the month, a franchise record. They just picked up right where they left off in June.
Well, can somebody get Derek Lee out tonight? That'll be about to be answered here. He's 4 for 4. Got 3 hits against Marquee. No balls and 1 strike here tonight, and this kid Matthews is working quickly. Had a 56-minute rain delay before the ball game even started. Now it's going to be well beyond a 3-hour game on top of that. And for the Nationals, well worth it if they can grab their 7th in a row here.
And Derek Lee has had 5 hits in the game. He's done it 4 times.
I believe it.
Last time, go back to the 08 season. Almost, I guess, 3 years ago to the day, June 28th.
One ball and 2 strikes with the bases empty here in the 9th. Inside target. And a breaking ball bounces. If the inning continues, Mark Reynolds is next. (3-2) and how do you get the ball by Derek Lee right now? How is this guy? I heard FP say this before. How is this guy hitting .214 coming into this game?
I mean, he does look like tonight like the guy that won the batting title in the National League, but he just Issued a lot of F8s. Been late on a lot of fastballs. Not tonight.
Throw him a heater and see what he does, and he's 5 for 5. Wow. So 5 times in his career he's done that. 4 singles and a double for Derek Lee. He'll be batting .450 when he takes the field tomorrow night.
Yeah,
well, not quite.
Like I say, they somehow tie it up. He made, erase that 0 for 12 with a 12 for 12.
Wow. So here's Mark Reynolds. He's 1 for 4 with a base hit early. A very costly error. And 2 strikeouts. And Lee will go ahead and take second base. Nats will give it to him. All they care about is strike 1 to Reynolds there. Well, if they get another base runner, it becomes a safe situation. Tying run would make it to the on-deck circle. The Orioles have their pitcher spot due up next. Felix P.A. is in the on-deck circle. Won't take Drew Storen long. He's been up once already tonight.
I'm telling you, that 27th out's a big deal. If you've never done it before, you're a young kid at the major league level, whether it's a save opportunity or not, the last out of the baseball game sometimes the toughest one to get.
Good late down and away movement there, and strike 2 again.
Yeah, you're right. A lot of times they just hope the hitter gets himself out instead of finishing off the pitch. There really is a certain pace to the 9th inning, just one pitch at a time, not rush your way through it, not get in a hurry, let it happen.
And a line drive to center. Roger Bernardino right there. You figured this evening would end on a ball well hit. The Orioles strand 12 runners. They get 18 hits, and they drop it to the Nats 8-4. 7 straight for Washington.